And we are live. We are back on day 2. Sorry for a little bit of the delay, folks. We ended up doing 21 hours, I think, of full coverage or something like that last night. And we just wanted to fix a few tech issues on our end to make sure everything was solid. But we're going to bring you over to a live look at Whiskey Row. And there we are. We're at Whiskey Row right now, and that is Jamil up and running. We'll see if we can get a word in from Jamil.
And there you see in the aid station
there
with him, James Benet.
Jamil and James Benet, two of Arizona's finest right there.
You guys did good? You got me by?
Yeah, look at this. And we're glad. And welcome to everybody for tuning in. Thank you for joining us. We are just getting live images right now. James, how's James doing right there? And we got some more runners coming in.
Pretty day.
What's your bib number?
27.
27.
27. So we got bib 27 coming through with his pacer. We'll see if we can get a word in from Jamil as well.
That is Mr. Nate Smith there.
Nate Smith.
Let me go find Jamil. Let me see. Go find him.
Maybe he'll.
Ah.
So you can see how the atmosphere has changed a little bit here at Whiskey Row versus the last time we saw you here when the race leader, Mr. Michael Versteeg, was in here. Still really high energy. The volunteers out there are doing an absolutely incredible job. So shout out to all the aid station volunteers. Shout out to all our filmers there. Helping make this happen. Here, whether there have been any DNFs from Miss Elizabeth Rittenbark. There have been a number of people who either dropped or got timed out at Whiskey Row. That list is rather long. If you go to cocodona.com/live, you can take a look. It does look like Mark Rivenbark, who I know you've been following quite closely, did DNF over at Crown King. Again, likely just timed out. That first section was really hard. Even the race leaders were moving a lot slower than
139
than they were. Bib 139. We have a Santa hat sighting.
Santa
I believe this is. It's Mr. Stefan Fiandero. He's been rocking the Santa hat since the start, which is incredible, to say the least, especially how hot it got early on in the race there. So shout out to him. Looks like he's still in good spirits there as well. Yeah, Santa hat is a crowd favorite of some.
It's such a great look, and it probably came in handy last night. It got pretty cold up there. So if you're joining us now, we are at Whiskey Row, mile 81. I can see some members of our documentary team down there as well, so I'm trying to come at you from all angles. We'll eventually have a drone in the sky as well up at Mingus Mountain, but it's crazy. The runners are very far off those splits, but it's a hard race, and that's what they came here for.
Yeah, I think it's quite a bit harder than most people expected. Shout out to Rich Myers in the chat. Rich Myers is a local Valley guy. He's doing the Cocodona virtual. So love to see people in the chat doing the Cocodona virtual. If you haven't registered already, you still can join the Cocodona virtual experience. Check out our website, aravaiparunning.com/Cocodona-virtual-experience. And then another thing just to touch on here, another notable DNF. Do want to mention it. Richard McKnight, Aravaipa family member here, did DNF at Crown King. So hope Richard is doing okay, and then hope that his lovely wife Erin is doing okay as well. So, I think that first stretch was just a lot tougher than most people expected.
Good job. We got number 23.
23 coming through.
Number 23.
Yeah, big shout out to our filmer down there, Ferris Thompson.
Bib 23 is Miss Becky Lynn Bauer. I know that she had a lot of people in the chat pulling for her yesterday, so good to see her rolling into Whiskey Row here. Another question in the chat: what happened to Ben Light? Well, Ben Light also dropped at Crown King there as well. So I think that really goes to show you, Rob, just how absolutely insane the first part of this course is. Ben Light dropped at mile 37. No. I apologize. Ben Light dropped at mile 52.
Oh, he at Battle Flat.
Yeah, so I think that just tells you maybe how difficult this race is, because he's done over a dozen 200-plus milers, so he definitely knows what he's getting into. It was just a rough section early on. So shout out to Ben Light. Shout out to Ben Light's beard, who I still think rivals one of the best beards in the game. Yeah, the beard actually might be out there. We don't have tracking on just the beard. So yeah.
So the whiskey's come out, you guys. The whiskey's out. There it is, right there.
Oh, the whiskey.
The whiskey's out.
And just for you, of those of you tuning in at home, it is 6:15 a.m. local time. Is that? I thought that might have been Chris, but it's not. That was Chris Thornley there for a second.
Yeah, the whiskey is flowing over at Whiskey Row, and the coffee is flowing here at the Aravaipa headquarters, and we are excited to bring you this race coverage. What do we have there? A little bottle of Jack Daniels, a little free promotion for the great Tennessee whiskey.
We're waiting for Jamil to come back out here.
Is he? I didn't catch an eye on him before. Did he go to in?
He's indisposed. He's in the restroom.
Oh yeah, we can leave him there. Yeah, so we've got
Can you go over and ask Stefan how he's doing?
Is that the Santa
Mr.
Man?
Santa Hat himself, again, a crowd favorite. Wanna know how he's feeling.
Stefan, hey, it's Ferris in the live feed here. Everyone's rooting for you with the Santa Hat.
Of course.
Yeah, you got a lot of fans out there. How's it going?
They want the presents. I bring the presents. I bring the Mary. I bring the cheer.
This guy is awesome.
And there you have it. It is 6:15. And he's 81 miles in, and he's bringing the presents, bringing the cheer. That is how you run 250 miles, folks.
Yeah, that
That's
might
how
have
you
been
do
the
it.
highlight of the stream thus far.
I mean,
You don't wear a Santa hat if you're not going to bring the Mary, right? Like, the spirit is high.
we're gonna bump that to toward the top of the list on Cocodona moments.
Oh, my goodness, that was wonderful.
Note taken for the highlight reel. Mark a note right there. If I didn't lose my pen, I would have myself.
If he wasn't a crowd favorite before, he has to be now, What amazing spirits after a rough first 81 miles for everyone involved,
Yeah, and it's crazy to see how the race has developed overnight. We ourselves are just kind of like catching up to see how things have shifted around since we got off air around 12:30, 1 o'clock a.m. I was going to say last night, but just hours ago. And things have already changed a bit. I'm going to head over real quick to get another view alternate scene in Whiskey Row. Just go over to George real quick to see some other runners coming in. We are still at Whiskey Row right here.
Was that Jamil's pacer there?
Still in the bathroom.
Hey, you know, he's taking care of himself. I'm sure he's going to stay warm in there. And keep in mind, this is the first time runners since the start of the race are in a town. Obviously, they went through Crown King. Crown King is I'm not going to say it's not a town. But
They have an elementary school.
You know, I haven't been able to confirm that. I've seen that on maps. I don't know. There's an actual school?
There's an elementary school. However,
Yeah.
the residents of Crown
But there's
King do
also
not have a high school. They do have to go, a short drive away
Okay.
to high school.
didn't
But
know
there
if
is
it
an
was
elementary school.
I didn't know if it was like, there's also a yacht club in Cleator on the way to Crown King, but it's not really a yacht club. It's a bar with some boats in it. It's actually a vibe. It's great. But I didn't know if it was like that. But if we have any locals on Crown King, maybe they can confirm for us.
But no, this is definitely the first kind of.
Well, there's Kevin Schmidt, who's pacer right there. That's Courtney DeWalter's husband. Right in front of you with that yellow pacer bib. See if we can get maybe a check-in from Courtney DeWalter or Kevin right there. Hey, Ferris, are we able to get an update from Kevin right there in the yellow pacer bib? Maybe you could tell us how the run was with Jamil last night.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, could you give us an update in terms of how it went last night?
We had a good night. We moved really well and really nice, like mostly downhill section. So yeah, it was
Doing good.
nice and peaceful out there, and he's doing great.
Okay, cool. All right, well, that's a live stream update for everybody.
Amazing. Thanks so much.
Yeah, he's crushing it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Have a great race.
Amazing. Yeah, so we're just hearing from one of Jamil's pacers, of course, that is Kevin Schmidt. Kevin and his wife, Courtney DeWalter, are part of Jamil's pacing team.
It's really good to get that kind of insight on, how a runner's feeling on that overnight section. Because I know even though it's a rolling downhill, that can still be a tough section kind of in the middle of the dark there.
Looks like we've got another runner coming in.
Bib number.
There's Ellie, number 1. Looks
Oh,
like
it is
that.
1. It
That
looked
is
like I
L.
couldn't tell if that was like a 4.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with that font. Bib number 1, L.
She can just go. If they can just tell him.
Yeah, El Spacek coming in strong. You know, we had some questions last night if she was going off track, but I thought I heard them talking about spot tracking issues, and that would make sense. And she's in and out.
She's in and out.
Ella's in and out.
She's not playing around. Trying to make as good a time as she can during the daylight here after a long night section.
Absolutely. And you know what? We are having we have got a few questions in the chat regarding Versteeg. We'll see if we can get an update on Versteeg's location. He was cruising through, was it Fane Ranch?
It appears that Versteeg has just passed Fane Ranch.
Okay.
He's at about 105 miles. Michael McKnight will be rolling into Fane Ranch probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. These two runners are only separated by probably 35 minutes or so right now. Fane Ranch, just for those tuning in, is at mile 104.9. So Michael Versteeg is at mile 105, and Michael McKnight is at mile 102 right now.
Yeah. Yes, so this is going to Fane Ranch is kind of the end of the flatter sections, and now another climb is awaiting.
Yeah, once you get across Fane Ranch there, that's kind of where the flat ends.
Yeah, the
And then you
climb
got a big
begins
climb
up
up.
Mingus Mountain.
Yeah.
There's a dude with a flannel shirt and short jegging.
I believe, is that Kerry Ward right there? I wonder if we can get a
That looks-
comment from Kerry Ward.
Good morning. Are you Carrie?
I am.
Okay, you're on live stream right now, talking to the crew.
Hey,
How are you
everybody.
feeling?
I don't know. I guess it's just everybody who's watching the live stream. So here's the deal. The beginning of this race is brutal. Like, it starts out and it just sort of fools you and says, hey, it's really nice. You're going through Black Canyon. Pretty. The photographers are taking some pictures. And then you go to the aid station. They say, oh, bring a lot of water. So you bring a lot of water. And then you march up freaking 20 miles and 8,000 feet in the sun. They have bulldozed the line, so everything is loose. It's crazy. It was carnage. People were falling by the side, running out of water. And then after that, I think you have another 4,000 feet of climbing shortly after again.
Yeah.
So that is the way to thin the herd and spread folks out really quickly. And I'm glad I got here by the time I did. I'm really looking forward to the reservoir in Prescott, which is supposed to be quite beautiful. And I'm about to change my shorts, so you probably don't want to show that.
Well, tell Carrie that everyone's rooting for him and to have a good rest of his run.
I'm looking forward to watching the live stream at some point.
We're all rooting for you, and you have a great run, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, great job.
There you all have it, the great Carrie Ward. Carrie has a great YouTube channel. Chris Dick, can you put that channel name in the chat there for everyone to go follow? What a great personality and what a straight shooter. You know, he just I think that he kind of described the course the same way we've been describing it here based on what we're seeing. And hearing that come from a runner that the first 30, 35 miles of this course is really brutal, it's just interesting to hear. So, yeah, I think that Carrie's going to be impressed as he gets through Prescott here and gets to see the Granite Dells during the sunlight. So it's awesome to kind of see him moving forward, as well as Mr. Stefan here in the Santa hat, the bringer of cheer.
All right, guys, I'm already running low on battery here, so I'm going to go charge that up.
Thank you so much.
You got
Ferris.
George here.
George, is his camera on right now?
George, is your camera on? Okay. He's
Yep,
gone.
I'm going
He's
to move
going
over
now.
to George here.
We got an update from George. So we got a little stuff from
Had a good chat with Carrie Ward there. Full Tilt Ward, I believe, is the YouTube channel. So everyone, when you have time, when you get bored of Rob and I here, you know, maybe just mute us, open Carrie Ward in an alternate browser, watch some of his videos, close that browser, and come back to us if you need a little reprieve. But
oh man,
definitely great insight there in terms of just how brutal that first section of the course was.
yeah, that's great. And so right now we are watching live coverage. We're getting a live look at Whiskey Row, mile 81. We'll go back over to Ferris for a bit.
I'm running low on my battery, so I'm recharging my battery here.
Yeah, no worries. Those we got to thank our volunteers for being out there and sticking with us. Of course, the times for the runners, as we keep mentioning, they're about a little over 5 hours off the pace that a lot of the logistics were set up for, like when aid stations would be set up and broken down. The good thing is all aid stations, everything are in place. It's better to be early than to be late. So thank you for all of you guys sticking with us. So we do have some questions about top runners. So right now we are going to try to get some video of. We do not have video of top runners yet because we have Michael Versteeg and Michael McKnight making their way up through Fain Ranch. We will have our next filmer is up on Mingus Mountain. So actually we're going to bring up Tony's drone right here. Actually, we'll bring Tony back up in 1 second. Yeah. There's a look at Jamil. Hey, George, if you're able to press the unmute button, we'll be able to hear anything from Jamil, for an update from Jamil right there.
We are currently looking at the race creator himself, Jamil Curry, in the Whiskey Row aid station here at mile 81. It looks like we're having a little tech issue there, and so you are back with us here in the studio. One 114. Hey George, can you ask Jamil how he's feeling right about now?
Jamil, they want to know how you're feeling.
Feeling a little tired, trying to get some caffeine in the system. Took a little nap
Yeah.
at Camp Wamatochick and trying to wake up still. I could have used more, but we can't afford it anymore.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Well, tell him to keep up the good work, and I believe we are going to send it over to Troy Hill from Mingus Mountain with a beautiful drone shot here. So the drone right now, you were looking at Mingus Mountain. You were looking at the view kind of from Mingus Mountain here, looking down into the valley there. So
hey, this is Tony. Can you guys can they hear me? Hey, this is Tony. Can they hear me?
I believe they can.
yes, they can hear you here.
Do you have an update?
Yeah, no, I'm just looking. If you look center of frame right here, that's
Yes.
Prescott. So there's Prescott way off in the distance, Whiskey Row straight in the middle there. They're going to proceed up this mountain, up Mingus Mountain. And right here beneath me is the aid station in this opening over here to the right.
Yeah.
But let me go ahead and back this up a little bit. Hopefully it won't crash while on live TV. But the view from up here is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things about once you get
Wow.
up to Mingus Mountain and up into the Black Hills Range. So the Black Hills kind of separate the Verde Valley and the Prescott Valley. So runners, once they get up there, are going to have spectacular views of both the Verde Valley, but then you're going to be able to peer down into those rock walls of Sedona. On a clear day, you might be able to see the peaks of Flagstaff off in the distance there as well. So just really, really amazing view once you get up Mingus Mountain there, which
Yeah.
is
And
the
that'd be-
reason Jamil
Cottonwood
is sending all these runners up this mountain.
Yeah, and we heard Tony saying that's the town of Cottonwood right there, about in the center of your screen, which means Sedona's not too far from there.
So I'll be here waiting for everybody.
Amazing.
Yeah,
We
and
are
it
gonna-
looks like Michael Versteeg is about 8 miles-ish away from the aid station. So based on how he's running right now, again, he's going to climb up. I wouldn't expect to see Michael for another 90 minutes to 2 hours or so, just based on having to hit this climb up Mingus Mountain.
Yeah, absolutely. These views are just incredible. Again, they're coming in from Tony Hill, one of our drone operators out there. Amazing. We are going to quickly go back to George at Whiskey Row. You can see it looks like Kerry Ward getting ready to go back out.
Kerry Ward nailing the short change.
Yeah, that was great. He seemed to be in really great spirits too.
He was definitely in good spirits. I think he took it in stride that first 35 miles. So
He really did.
yeah, definitely in good spirits there and looking. He said he was looking forward to the Granite Dells there. So I think he'll be super pleased that he gets to traverse the Whiskey Basin over there during the daylight.
Yeah. We'll go back over to Mingus Mountain of this drone shot. We do have a question about what is the elevation gain up Mingus. It's about it's almost a 3,000 foot climb that they've got ahead of them.
Yeah, so runners, I believe, are going to top out just below 8,000 feet over there.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got to love these aerials coming in. I believe Jamil is actually back at Whiskey Row. I see him talking to his pacer, Kevin Schmidt. We're going to go back over to George at Whiskey Row and see if we can maybe get a check-in with Jamil. We'll just need George to unmute his mic, and then we should be able to. There we go.
Jamil, you have any update for us? Ready to go?
It looks like he's in the zone, folks.
Yeah, well, when we checked in with him earlier, we got to get the footage
Oh,
of the
wait a
whiskey
second.
shot.
Wait a second. He's doing a whiskey shot. I think,
Yeah, the rock gun whiskey what you got.
ladies and gentlemen, we are watching Jamil Curry celebrate mile 81 with a whiskey shot at Whiskey Row. There it goes. It's Jamil, Kevin Schmidt, and I can't quite make out. Is
Look
that
at-
Peter? That is his father and crew chief, Peter Curry. Peter Curry and Jamil Curry and Kevin Schmidt are enjoying a whiskey shot at 6:35 a.m. local time, Whiskey Row, Prescott.
Well, when we
Arizona.
checked in with Jamil just a few minutes ago, he said he was feeling a little tired, needed to get some coffee in. And I'll tell you what, Rob, there's
little more
not
than
a whole
coffee.
lot that will wake you up more than a shot of whiskey straight to the dome at 6:30 in the morning. So
I think it was a plan. Now the question is that just straight coffee there, or is that, just a little more whiskey? That's probably the coffee. It's got a good, interesting combination going on.
Jamil, is
John.
that espresso?
He seems to be in good spirits. I see a smile on his face. And we've got John Marushik, Aravaipa Zone, in the chat saying that Peter Curry, Jamil's dad and crew chief, Peter is always the instigator. LOL indeed, John. LOL indeed. So Clayton, I can tell you myself that I do know that the Cocodona course is on Courtney's radar for future years. That
No,
is
it's going to
something
be
that
your job to keep
Jamil
one
told me.
course.
and then Scott S.
Chris is coming. I don't believe that is the case, Chris. That's a little off-brand. But, I think Sedona will just be...
Maybe it'll be a time of meditation,
Sedona will be a perfect place for
self-reflection.
self-reflection
What
and
have I done?
meditation. You do go right past one of the vortex sites
You
when
need
you
a
come
charge?
off airport
Oh
loop.
yeah, no, I got batteries.
Okay.
So,
Man, my phone went out in an hour. I mean, it just went away.
Well, you're using a lot when
I
you're
know. So how are you
And then
doing that? How are you
Scott
gonna,
S. here
so you
asking
got
if we
that
can
or-
I got
post
it.
the
Come on, share it.
schedule on site or anywhere because
So
the
are you
thumbnail
charging
goes
while
away when
you're
you click the
filming or
video.
no?
No, not
Scott,
right
we
now.
will work on that.
So maybe we
Are
should trade
you
off.
asking for
We can.
the
Yeah.
schedule of the leaders
I went to
or a
0 at
broadcast schedule, or
7%.
what are you
Yeah.
asking
But I got
for?
like
Just
3
clarify.
batteries, so.
Once
Yeah. You should be fine.
once we
Okay.
get
All right, cool.
going a little bit more, we'll work on
did you get
getting
Jamil
some
there?
of those things going
Yeah.
for you to
Sticking
help
whiskey
make
shot.
this experience
That's great.
as good as we
deal.
can for you.
We just
Are
got
you
to.
going anywhere else today, or are you just doing this?
No, I'm just going to be here. I live up here, so
Yeah.
this was easy for me to.
Yeah, we're gonna again try to get things updated. We'll try to get an updated schedule. We're trying to work out these times because the broadcast schedule, Scott.
Broadcast
Yeah,
schedule.
so we are going. We started just after 6 a.m. today, so we're gonna be able to go till about 2 p.m. today, and then we will restart the feed at around 2 p.m. and begin stream number 2, because again, we have an 8-hour time limit if we want the stream to go on both Facebook and YouTube. And it looks like we're gonna come back to us for a bit, and let's just talk about what we're seeing so far. Well, first off, I want to update. We do have some questions. We don't have any eyes on the leaders yet, and I'm just going to explain why. We have filmers in specific places, and we did not put filmers in certain areas because we were pretty sure it was going to be in the middle of the night when we knew we wouldn't be on air, even though we ended up being on air in the middle of the night because we got great footage from the aid stations. And then everything shifted about 6 hours, so those overnight shots became the morning shots. And, this is a work week for a lot of our volunteers, so we're trying to move things around so some people can get to the new spot, to an updated spot where the leaders would be at. So we will have eyes on Michael Versteeg as he gets his way up to Mingus Mountain, hopefully within the next 45 minutes or so. We do have a drone operator out there. And, this is also the part of the course where it's one of those black holes that you heard us talking about. We are restricted from filming in certain areas for a variety of reasons. And we are going to make sure that we still have plenty of content and coverage and updates. But I also think this is a perfect way to make sure that the rest of the pack, not just the elites, gets plenty of FaceTime.
Yeah, we got to show the rest of the field some love.
Yeah,
we got to. Those people are out grinding. If you made it to Whiskey Row, you've had a tough 24 plus hours so far. So
yeah, and again, we're back at Whiskey Row right here. George providing some coverage for us. We are awaiting for Jamil. That's him. I think he's blocked right now by Peter, but he was at least sitting in the chair. He might be standing up right now, getting ready to get out there, but get back out from mile 81. But yeah, so we're trying to shift things around. There's a lot of pivoting, but as we were talking about a lot last night, that's the beauty of ultra running. That's the beauty of a 250-mile race. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, this sport is all about.
I actually think we
solving
might be able to
problems.
get eyes. Sorry for the interruption, Matt. We might be able to get eyes on Michael McKnight because our boy H-Rod Hector is chopping wood out there, and I'm going to tune in to see if we can get Hector on the feed. Hector, this is Rob. Can you give me an update?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see him yet, but I definitely think we got Mike McKnight pulling in. I don't know what aid station is. You guys might have better insight to the name of this aid station, but
yeah, it looks like he based on our tracker, it looks like he should be pulling into the Fane Ranch aid station here.
yeah, that's it.
At about mile 104-ish.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can see him in your view yet, but he's moving. He's definitely jogging in. So I was with him almost the entire night, and it was just awesome to see him moving the whole night long. So he's looking like he's pretty strong, feeling good.
Yeah, it definitely looks like both the Michaels seem to be moving pretty well right now. And it's really impressive because Michael McKnight had a bit of a rough patch early on during during that tough first, 30 miles or so, and it looks like he's experienced. He's stayed in it mentally, and he's moving his way up now. And him and Versteeg have kind of broken away from the rest of the field at this point. Still, obviously, very early on, but it's good. How were his spirits overnight? Is he in a pretty good mindset, feeling good, just out there chopping that wood?
He was chopping wood all night, especially I noticed that we were starting to pick up the pace after Crown King. It was just another gear was getting hit, and he hasn't stopped. It looks like he's still kind of in that mode. So, yeah, I agree. Earlier in the race, he looked like he was struggling. He was kind of, saying how hard it was. And then just all night long, he was in positive spirits, and he was moving and gaining ground. So incredible job.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that I think we got an answer to this question last night, but I just want to reiterate, what was on the menu for the overnight nutrition?
Man, I had the A1 ready to go. But
did the steak happen?
No, we had Sloppy Joe, and then I forgot he had some stuff, other stuff, but definitely I think it was like Sloppy Joe and some nutrition stuff he had. Can you guys see him? Yeah, you guys see
there
him.
He is.
There you see Michael McKnight making his way to the iconic Fane Ranch, which, fun fact about Fane Ranch.
Hit us.
This ranch, it's been in existence for a really long time, but at one point, this ranch spanned the entire floor of the valley. So the Fane family owned the entire valley floor. They've been ranching in the valley there since the 1870s.
That is insane.
That's the fun fact of the day.
This area is actually
this is private land.
It's actually private land, and they've allowed us to use this stretch during the race. So you can't run it unless you're running this race. So it was an agreement that we had. So we definitely thank the folks or the landowners for the Fane Ranch for allowing that to happen. It was the only way to without adding a lot more mileage, to really link up that section from Iron King to Mingus Mountain.
And how'd Michael look coming in there, Hector?
Strong. He looked good. So I'll go check on him. We'll head over there. A fun fact we had last night, we were cruising, what was that, Prescott?
Yeah.
On the way to the road. And I go, hey, man, we got something in front of us. And he's like, oh, it's a dog. And as we got closer, it was two Javelina pigs, like in the city, just roaming out there with us.
So we've had a javelina sighting now in
we
Prescott.
had
Saw two
Javelina
javelinas.
sighting. So we're going to actually go back over to Whiskey Row real quick. There we go. We'll be back with Hector in a bit. Oh, I think that's coming from, I see. I was wondering, yeah, there we go. There's Jamil still there, waiting at mile 81 Whiskey Row. There's Jamil Curry. If you're just tuning in, you missed the crew whiskey shot. It was Jamil and Peter Curry, his father and crew chief, and of course Kevin Schmidt, one of his pacers. No sign of Courtney though. I didn't see Courtney DeWalter. We did see her at Camp Mamatuchik last night alongside her husband Kevin, and I think they were going to be swapping back and forth on pacing duties. And I think that he's got a really solid pacing team, and I know that Skylar Hall is going to be out there with him as well. So potentially Eric Sensman.
He's got an all-star crew, plus Skylar.
He's got a solid crew right there, and we've got
And Jamil seems like he was still in good spirits the last time we chatted with him, so it's good to see starting to shed layers as the sun is starting to come up here in the beautiful city of Prescott here at Whiskey Row. And so from here, once runners kind of get through Whiskey Row and exit the aid station, they're going to kind of meander through the city of Prescott here, and eventually they're going to make their way, just a few miles away to the iconic Watson Lake, which is just a truly incredible reservoir here in central Arizona, maybe one of the most picturesque landscapes in the entire state, which is saying a lot because there are a lot of very picturesque landscapes here in the great state of Arizona.
It's amazing, and this race really hits so many of them. Of course, we started with the Sonoran Desert. Oh, wait. I'm going to pause and see if we can get any audio from Jamil.
Jamil, good luck.
And we'll see if we can get an update from Jamil Curry himself later as he moves along. We do have the Jam Cam. If you were joining us yesterday, we will be able to,
pull Jamil into
pull him
the
in
feed.
directly.
Directly, yeah.
And sorry, my brain had a little lag there.
It's like you. It's like you
we
did
were
an
on air.
marathon of live coverage yesterday.
Yeah,
Rob.
it's almost as if we were on air for 21 hours, and that ended only just a few hours ago. Gotta love it. Okay, actually, so now we can see Jamil. He's in his car. That's basically his mobile aid station for his crew.
And he's in and out.
He's in and out.
He's,
and now
he's off to see the beautiful granite dells down at Watson Lake.
Yeah, there he is, walking down there. We've got a member of our documentary team, Allie McLaughlin, there following them. And, of course, Jamil in the yellow pack, and to the left is one of his pacers, Kevin Schmidt.
Are we able to get a check-in with Mr. Papa Curry?
Yeah, let's see if Peter Curry is over near Jamil's vehicle, that white vehicle that we just saw. We'll see if he's still over there. We can maybe get George to go, unless Peter can. There's Peter right there. He must have walked back.
Any comment, Peter?
Peter, how's
You don't wanna be
Jamil?
running?
How's Jamil doing?
How's he doing?
I am running around.
How's Jamil doing?
Good. Got his nap. Got some food.
Got his whiskey.
Got a shot of whiskey.
Yeah, can you ask
got
Peter
some
how
fresh
that shot of
clothes on.
whiskey
He's ready to rock and
tasted?
roll again.
How was your shot of whiskey?
Whiskey's always good. right,
Love to hear it.
Yeah, it's classic. He's really sticking to that plan there, that whiskey plan. He did say he was going to have a beer at Crown King, check. He said he was going to have a shot of whiskey at Whiskey Row, check. And now the question is about Sedona. So we will, head back over to Whiskey Row in a bit, but we will see how that unfolds. As we get some more eyes on the course as things extend. But I don't know. What do you think right now, like with the way these paces and everything are?
Yeah, so to comment first on Jamil's strategy, I think the one thing I would say is, well, that's a bold move, Cotton.
Bold move, Cotton, indeed.
Having the beer at Crown King, having the shot at Whiskey Row, that's a bold strategy. When he's 20. He's about a quarter of the way through the race.
Yeah, he's 81
Or no,
miles.
about a third of the way. Almost a third of the way through the race. I apologize.
Yeah.
So,
and math has begun. If you are joining us for the first time, you'll know that math skills definitely decrease as time goes on for live stream coverage.
They diminish as the coffee pot
as
dries
the coffee
out.
dries out.
That's for sure.
And the clock winds up.
But no, I think that it's interesting to see just how rugged. I think this is putting it into perspective.
Yeah.
Jamil, who has done very hard races in the past, just hit mile 81 in almost 26 hours, or just left mile 81.
And
in
this is
26
somebody
hours.
who's run 100 miles in under 18 hours before.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, and again, it's different because you aren't just finishing at 100, so you have to conserve and be able to go the extra 150 plus miles. But I think it just puts into perspective, like we said on the stream yesterday, race leaders taking 16 hours to run 100K when they could probably run 100 miles in close to that.
Yeah. It's definitely. It's just so telling. I did see a lot of comments last night about they were comparing they were looking at Michael Versteeg's split time just for the first 100K, and even with pacing, conserving yourself, it's way slower than you'd expect, and it's just a testament to how challenging this course is.
Yeah, well, I think Kerry Ward said it best is, they tell you to bring a lot of water, but then you just climb for 21 miles with no coverage from the shade, nothing. You're just there, trying to grind it out. The trail was loose because they had just freshly kind of grinded it up, tilled it up. So it was tough going, and I think a lot of people paid the price. I mean, when I look at the list of runners who either timed out or dropped, there are some really talented, strong runners. I mean, all of these people are, talented and strong and brave for just starting and doing something really hard. But, I go back to, to someone like Ben Light, who's done a lot of races, had to pull. Corey Waltering, who is a professional athlete, had to pull. This was just a really tough.
Absolutely.
A really tough section of the race. So shout out to all of the people who towed the starting line, and not just the people who finished this race, but a big shout out to everyone. And then let me bring up, while we have this on the screen, the kind of tracker here. So yeah, it looks like Versteeg is Michael Versteeg is still moving in first, and let's see. Michael McKnight, I believe, is about to exit Fane Ranch. It looks like Versteeg is still moving pretty well. Again, this is based on these spot trackers. So sometimes it takes a little bit for them to refresh. They're not as accurate as having boots on the ground, but I think they give us a good indication of kind of where these people are. So, and you can see as they get along the course, once they hit kind of this little Jaeger Canyon, that's when they're really going to kind of start climbing up through this canyon up to Mingus Mountain, which looks like it tops out over 7,500 feet, maybe just shy of 8,000 feet. I know that the Black Hills, which Mingus Mountain is one of two main peaks of the Black Hills range. The Black Hills rise up to almost 8,000 feet. So, they are going to top out just a little bit below that, because you're not at the true peak of Mingus Mountain there, but they're going to be getting back up there pretty high. And again, if you were tuning in earlier, you could see the drone shot from the top of Mingus Mountain, and you could just see how beautiful and epic the views are up there. So it'll be really great for runners once they get up there to enjoy some of those views, to enjoy the beauty that is central Arizona here. But yeah, once you get up there, you can kind of see, both the Prescott and Verde Valley on each side, which really makes for an interesting view. Let me check in on the chat here. Yeah, so I know that people earlier were asking for an update on Dax Hawk. He's in third, which is actually really impressive because if you were tuning in to us yesterday when we were approaching or just leaving the Battle Flat aid station, Dax was dealing with a little bit of stomach issues and kind of fell back from the group he was running with. So it's good to see Dax, with the old puke and rally and getting back into the race. The race is still very early on, so it's still anyone's game. Anything can happen here. So yeah, it's great to see him kind of regroup, both physically and mentally. Seems like he's feeling better and is just moving his way up. And then it looks like, based on this, our top female, as of this moment, and again, their live tracks sometimes take just a little bit to update, but it looks like our top female currently is the Queen of Gooder, Miss Shelby Farrell. And so hopefully a bit later on we'll be able to check in with Shelby. But she is making her way towards towards Fane Ranch, and the beauty that is Mingus Mountain. So shout out to Shelby. Shout out to our wonderful sponsors, Gooder. Stephanie, David, were any of the cutoff times extended? As of right now, I don't believe any cutoff times have been extended. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on the Aravaipa team here. I know there's a few people in the stream, but yeah, I don't believe that the cutoffs have been extended in any capacity. So we are going to refresh this just to check in. Looks like Versteeg still moving strong. Mike McKnight looks like he should be leaving the Fane Ranch aid station soon. And we are going to go to George over here at Whiskey Row and see if we can check in on some of the runners who are coming in. George, can you hear me over there? If you can hear me, George, are you able to unmute yourself? Well, we do not have any volume over there at Whiskey Row, but we are taking a look straight down the iconic Whiskey Row, which aptly gets its name from a whole run of whiskey saloons there on one row. Oh, and looks like we might have lost the feed, and we're back. And we are going to bring it back into the studio here in just a second. So one of the interesting things about Whiskey Row is that, you know, the city of Prescott, dating all the way back to 1864, has this steep history of gold mining, I believe. And during the gold rush, you know, this was a very western, southwestern type town. So the city of Prescott still actually celebrates the roots
can you hear
and
me
the
now?
history of Whiskey Row. And we're going to tune into George. George, how are you doing over there?
Yeah, it sounds like. So this is George's feed. His feed is cutting in and out, but we'll see if we can get it back up to continue to get footage. To continue to get footage of more runners coming in through Whiskey Row. And I was just on the phone with a couple of our drone pilots, or our two drone pilots rather, and we're gonna have some footage later today coming up at the kind of near the Deer Pass area on the course. So for those of you that are looking at a course map, you'll see there's an area called Deer Pass. There will be some footage coming out there as leaders go through. And again, it's really amazing to see that the gap on. So basically, if you were going to look at course splits that are on the runner guide, the best estimate, which is around a 60-hour estimate, we were wondering if overnight when we stopped air at around 1 a.m., the runners were about 4 hours or so off that course split, and now they're 5 hours off course split. We were like, with the downhill, maybe they'll close the gap. Maybe Versteeg would close the gap a bit, but we're going to continue to see how it plays out, especially now that Michael Versteeg is making his way to Mingus Mountain, so he has a hefty climb ahead of him. And again, that is going to be a roughly 3,000-foot climb. I believe it is a 29,020-foot climb. So, that's the thing. We'll take a look at some of the track leaders here to show you that. So if you're looking at that course, that elevation profile on the bottom of your screen, you'll see that's all the runners, all the blue dots on that elevation profile. And those front two dots, that's Michael McKnight. And then the front one, of course, is Michael Versteeg. And they are making their way toward Mingus Mountain. And the climb begins right there. So there he is, Michael Versteeg. And if you look at the topographical map right there, you can see that the climb begins. They go through Little Jaeger Canyon, and they're gonna go up the Mingus Mountain Road, and they just keep going up through a few switchbacks to the top of Mingus Mountain Camp, and from there they're gonna drop down into Jerome, and through Jerome they will make their way toward the towns of Clarkdale and Cottonwood. And from Cottonwood, they're going to head further over into the Deer Pass area and then into those iconic red rocks of Sedona. And then from there, that's going to be the section where they're going to get to shake out the legs a little bit, maybe move again the way they were last. And then they got this pretty epic climb up Kasner Mountain. That's Kasner Mountain right there. So that's what's going to be awaiting them. You can see the switchbacks on your screen. So they're going to have a nice power hike. I'm sure it'll be hands on knees or using the trekking poles up to the top of Kasner. And from there, you can see this yellow dotted line going from the left to right on the map. That is the beginning of Coconino County. And they are going to be on the Coconino Plateau heading through Turkey Butte, Cinder Pit, and of course into Fort Tuthill. But we'll have a better read on when that might be, because I'm going to guess they're still going to be 5 or 6 hours later. So I'm going to guess that we won't see them in the Fort Tuthill area till tomorrow around noon instead of 6 a.m. like we originally predicted. But it's really just a testament to what this course is throwing at runners. And, I got to think, it's the kind of thing, I'm going to get ahead of myself right now, but it's the kind of thing that you wonder, what would next year look like? I know we're not even at mile 100 on this year, but it's like, what will next year look like? Because when, there's a precedent set, we start to realize, now there's a carrot on the stick, that proverbial carrot on the stick that we were talking about. It's not going to be that 60-hour. It might be a 70-hour. And then people are going to train for that climb. So specifically, I know we're going to see people coming out and training for that climb. And that's when times start to drop. We see that time and time again with FKTs. The one I love to talk about is the Grand Canyon. Rim to rim to rim. You just see times dropping. In the men's record there is currently 5:55. Of course, Jim Walmsley. It's a time that nobody thought was possible. But then you'd think the time before that, nobody thought was possible. The time before that, that's just progression. So I'm way ahead of myself here, but I'm curious to see how the times on a course like this progress once there is a target to hit. So that said, we're going to bring it back to Whiskey Row right now. We have some more runners and some crews awaiting their runners. So we'll see how that's going.
Got nobody coming in right now.
Nobody coming in. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a runner. Do we see any crews for other runners?
There's several crews here, but nobody coming in.
George, do you think you can go over there and cross the street and maybe talk to some of the crews and see who they're crewing and maybe get some intel on what their strategy is when their runner comes in?
Okay.
Awesome. We're going to see if George can get some intel on crewing strategy. That's the beauty about this section of the course, is very accessible. But you know what? I think, yeah, so we're going to see what kind of update we can get from the crews.
Who are you crewing for?
Ryan Berkmeyer.
And is he coming in soon?
He just finished. He's just on his way out. Who are you crewing for? Ryan Berkmeyer. I recognize that name.
Okay, so is that Ryan Berkmeyer's crew?
Who are you crewing for?
I am the runner. Thank you.
Whoa. You look too casual.
Can you ask him how he's feeling right about now?
I'm gonna relax for a minute and eat and change shoes and get a leg massage and maybe rest.
It sounds like you're taking it pretty casual. So you're doing good.
I'm actually not doing terrible right now.
No.
So, yeah. Hopefully today goes all right.
It's all right. Should be a little easier than yesterday.
I know. That's... Yeah, yesterday was so hard. I mean, I know that we were told it was going to be hard, but I don't think anybody expected it was going to be as hard as it was.
Where are you from?
I'm from the Seattle area. Yeah.
You ever done Cascade Crest?
Not yet. It's on my list. Yeah, I've done no 100-mile ultras in Washington yet. I've done...
Afraid of the rain?
No, it just hasn't happened yet. I've done Bigfoot 100K, and I did some 50Ks. So most of the races I've done are always out of state somewhere else. I guess I like to travel in them.
So you feel you were prepared for the heat?
I did Javelina back in October, and that was sort of my introduction to the heat.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned then about like ice bandanas, and I also learned to just take it easy too. So I tried to kind of take it easy yesterday. Had the ice bandana. I got 6 liters of water from mile 11 aid station, which was the heaviest pack, but I managed to get all the way to the end with water. So that was, I felt like that was successful. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not very good in the heat, but I just try to just keep going, keep hydrating. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So that's a great update
We're
there.
in Seattle. They called Everett? Yeah. I lived in Seattle, in that area for about 9 years. Yeah, I love it a lot. I was in Kent, and then
So we are at Whiskey Row still right now with George.
For the last couple of years. Okay. And where are you now? Now I live in Georgia. But we moved to Oregon, then we moved to Utah, and then now.
So we're going to try to touch base with a documentary team member, Dylan Harris. I think we've got his feed ready. Let's see if we can bring in Dylan. Dylan, can you hear us out there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How's it going? So everybody, this is Dylan Harris. He is leading our documentary team. He is a Aravaipa staff member, and he has been all over the course with his skeleton crew of amazing filmers. So tell us where are you at right now, and how did the night go?
Yeah. First of all, nice work, guys. You guys are crushing it.
Well, we appreciate that, and we've seen your filmers all over the course, and we just saw Allie following a lot of runners out at Whiskey Row, so you guys are all over. We're super impressed with how much ground you're able to cover with a team of 4 people. So.
Yeah, we've got Allie at Whiskey Row right now. Currently, we are at the Granite Dells, Watson Lake. Got here early for sunrise. Had probably 5 runners come by. And yeah, had an incredible night, later night than we expected, right?
How late were you guys filming?
We probably called it at around 2. And yeah, it was crazy waiting pretty much last night, waiting for Michael Versteeg and Whiskey Row.
Yeah,
it was
I
quite
think that
the scene.
Sorry, Dylan, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it was quite the scene. He seemed confident.
Yeah, I think that I remember on the live stream you asking him if he was calling his shot, and he said, "Yeah, I think I am."
Yep, that did happen.
Yeah,
he was talking about how he wants to go to a Phoenix Suns basketball game, and he wants to be able to meet the entire team.
So they were talking last night about basketball.
We thought they were talking. Yeah, I don't know anything about basketball. I'm just going to be honest about that. And then Matt and Chris turned to me and they said, did he say Chris Paul? Is he talking about basketball? I go, I don't know. It's probably the name of a Pacer or something. So do we get a backstory on why? Did
Versteeg wants to go to the Suns game. I don't know if he said Chris Paul or not, but he wants to meet all the Suns players.
Is that related to his effort on the course? Am I hearing that if he wins the race, he kind of wants his trip to Disneyland, or?
He said when he wins.
When he wins, he expects Jamil Curry to pull some strings on the back end here and get him into that Phoenix Suns locker room to shake hands with the players.
Is that to make up for how tough this course?
I think it's probably the least Jamil can do after how tough that first 30 miles was.
I mean,
no.
Go ahead.
I think he was pulling the plug from that clothing company that's sponsoring him. That's on course. He was calling them out. But no, something that was pretty interesting that he did talk about last night when I was filming him was that he was going to try and run through the night, and his goal was to try and catch up on sleep today during the hot hours. And so I have a feeling that might be common. There's not a cloud in the sky out here, and the temperature is beautiful, but it's just a pounding sun out here on course.
Yeah.
I know just filming yesterday, I got pretty sunburnt without even really realizing it. So it's definitely a strong sun. And as they move through those open miles through like Fane Ranch and Iron King with zero coverage, no shade really available out there.
Right.
It's going to be a warm one. So
yeah, even as because you're at near the Granite Dells right now. You're at 5,000 feet in Prescott. It's actually one of the trail systems around there. It's called the Mile High Trail System. So it's just kind of like if you were in Denver as far as like the elevation goes, but it's that intense sun that just hits you in the southwest, regardless of how high in elevation you are, and regardless of what the temperature is outside. It's that southwestern sun that just really bakes you.
Oh, we have a runner coming by right now.
All right, let's see if we can get some eyes. Dylan Harris doing double duty on the live stream.
Yeah.
And on the dock.
Ready.
He's a man of many traits.
Looks like a runner in his pacer. I'll try and film it for you here.
All right. Oh, so I could see. Oh, and we could see. Is that Watson Lake just to the left of our screen? We could see the edge of the water, if I'm looking at it right. You can see the classic granite tails, those granite boulders, and there we go.
Yeah, great job.
Can you get a bib number, Dylan?
Hey, what's your bib number?
50. Bib 50 coming through the Granite Dells, Watson Lake. Look at those views, folks. And this is just outside of Prescott, so after they leave Whiskey Row, this is the next iconic stop not far from Whiskey Row where they're coming through.
And Bib 50 is Jesse Alexander from Camp Verde.
All right,
Arizona.
So Arizona. Amazing stuff. I've got one more question for you because I know you're probably getting all set up for to film for the doc. How far, as far as your team goes, what are you guys thinking for when the leaders will arrive in the Sedona area today? Did you guys talk about splits and how you're going to shake up the schedule a bit?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's tough. Like you said, we have a skeleton crew, right? So we've got 4 people filming out here, and we're starting to get comfortable with splitting up. But for the most part, with that small crew, we need those angles at each shot. So it's been tough to split. I'm not going to lie. But for a place like Sedona, you got to do what you got to do. Mm-hmm. So our next stop is going to be Mingus Mountain.
All right.
We're gonna head up there. We're actually going to be picking up the iconic Fox, Jubilee's dog.
Fox of the Black Canyon Connection film fame, which was
star
filmed and edited by Dylan Harris himself right here. So this is actually, this is just another example on how things go. Things are so full circle in the ultra world. And that's just yet another example of the full circle community that happens, naturally in ultra running.
Yeah, just another layer to it. And it looks like Dylan should have Trevor Medding coming to him soon.
Very soon? Well, we'll see.
Actually,
maybe we
very,
can
very
get
soon.
one more runner coming through, and then we'll let Dylan go so he can get his documentary.
Look at the view over Dylan's shoulder there. Beautiful view of Watson Lake and the Granite Dells there.
Yeah.
Dylan pulling double duty here, helping us out on the live stream, crushing it, filming the documentary. So we can't thank Dylan enough.
Oh, I missed you guys.
No, I know
yeah.
Dylan's going to be out there with his team throughout the majority of the race and capturing
Will you drop
everything.
the pin to me? Will you drop the pin to me?
So yeah, it's a really powerful team for that doc. It's Dylan, Derek Lytle, Ali Mack, sorry, and then we got Jake. Remind me of Jake's last name.
Jake Van Heel.
Jake Van Heel, that's correct. So that's the team of 4 out there, and of course he's going to be assisted by Emily Donner later in the day, and we'll probably be able to get some live stream footage from her as well, especially as they move in through Sedona. So if you're joining us now, we are awaiting Trevor Medding, and we're talking to Dylan Harris, the leader of the documentary team for Aravaipa for the Cocodona 250, and so he was just telling us that he's going to make his way up to Mingus Mountain, and after this, we're going to get those iconic shots from the Dells. We'll see. Dylan, are you actually able to switch that to the back camera?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that, actually.
So if you hit the settings icon on the bottom, we troubleshoot live here, folks. We're all about transparency.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, just switch it over to back camera, and there we go.
A beautiful fingernail there.
Shot of Watson Lake right there.
The beautiful Granite Dells.
There it is. I'll give you the full screen.
Again, one of the things that makes Watson Lake such a picturesque place in central Arizona is those beautiful granite boulders that kind of make up most of the shores of this lake.
That is, yeah, it really is absolutely right. And I did see a few comments in here that says they had someone is having a PTSD from Whiskey Basin. So for those of you unaware, in the comments, that is a run that we put on here at Aravaipa every April. It is a trail running weekend of various distances. The 91 or 92K utilizes the entire Prescott Circle Trail, and this is one of the most iconic sections of that course. And it's quite a challenging course, but it's one of the more popular courses and one of the more picturesque ones. Or I should say, this is one of the more picturesque spots during that race. You can see, I believe, we've got some Canadian geese making a cameo right here. So,
you guys are so knowledgeable. It's incredible.
well, you never know. When you're doing 20 hours of live TV or live streaming, you need to kind of educate yourself on everything from not just the runners, but also the geology, the flora, the fauna in the area. But it's also what makes Arizona so unique. I mean, again, we started in the desert yesterday morning, and at this time yesterday, there were no trees other than saguaro cactus, maybe some sagebrush, and maybe some palo verde poking out. But at this time, we're looking at some cottonwoods in front. We're looking at the granite boulders that make the namesake Granite Dells at Watson Lake, which is actually a reservoir. But do you have any fun facts about this area?
Yeah,
I know you did that for the Aravaipa virtual events.
Yeah, so I don't want to give away too much of the secrets and stuff we have in the tuck for the virtual participants. But one of the fun facts, this was a man-made lake, obviously, that was created by basically creating a boulder dam at, I believe, I could be wrong with the river name here, but I believe it was the Verde River.
Yeah, the Verde River.
Believe it was the Verde River. This happened all the way back in 1915.
Wow.
So this is
lots of history here.
Lots of history here. And then just another fun little fact here, Rob, touching in the Canadian geese, which you aptly called out. Did you know that saguaro cacti bloom? And when they bloom at night, overnight, they are often pollinated by the Mexican long-nosed bat.
We are going deep into science theory here because this is the kind of information we want to give you here. We just want to learn ourselves. So we actually, when we put on, because basically Matt is the Aravaipa virtual race director. So all these virtual events, we try to make it as immersive an experience as possible.
Especially an event like this.
Especially this. So like the Cocodona virtual, which is just started yesterday and goes on for 5 weeks, not 5 days. It's a 5-week event. People can still sign up for that, right?
Correct. Just go to aravaiparunning.com/Cocodona-virtual-experience, and you can check out all of the wonderful details. So the tracker is saying that Trevor Medding should be coming up any moment here, but relying on spot trackers isn't the best. If you need to get set up and stuff, Dylan, don't let us hold you. We are appreciative of every single second you give us, especially when we get to look at that beautiful bearded and mustached face of the one and only Dylan Harris.
It's classic Dylan Harris. He's honestly one of the nicest people I've ever met. It's just a pleasure to work with him. I mean, we can tell because he's doing double duty for not just us, but all the fans at home right now. So I know they're super appreciative of the view. All 787 of you, 790 now, joining us at 7:25 a.m. local time on a Tuesday. I know some of you guys are probably watching via audio because you're hiding your YouTube screen from your boss at work, or maybe you're working from home. Whatever your system is, we appreciate it. I know when I didn't work here and I worked somewhere else, I used to watch coverage like that. I used to just hide it. Now I'm giving away
trade secrets.
Giving away trade secrets. No, you don't. Everybody knows what they're doing. You hide the YouTube window and you can listen in. You can still maintain productivity. That's really up to the individual. It might decrease productivity, but if it increases entertainment and awareness of what's going on here on the Cocodona 250 course, I don't see a problem with it at all. Do you?
No, I mean, we're here just to bring a little spice and flavor to your life this week.
Yeah.
Productivity be damned,
We're gonna stay on.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Yep, I see it.
Runner coming through.
This is probably going to be bib 11, Trevor Medding from Sugarland, Texas. Let's see if we can get that
Here,
view.
I'll go pretty close. You guys can talk to him. How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, man, look at this. Dylan
Yeah, just
Harris
switch
going
over,
above and beyond.
Switch over to the back camera if you can. We can. There we go. Is that the runner blasting music? Like, is he got a trail boombox or something? So let's see.
There you go, Trevor.
Oh, that the sound we hear is actually from. Okay, there he is. Trevor Metting coming through.
Looking like he is still moving pretty strong for how brutal that first 50K of the course was. So still able to run through some of these sections early in the morning. Probably feeling a little stiff and things like that, but definitely still moving strong there. So big shout out to Trevor.
Absolutely, and there you see it. You see, we said let's go Team Trot in the chat. That is Trail Racing Over Texas. That is he's a Texas boy from Sugar Land, Texas, and Trot is the same organization that put on the 393-mile run that if I'm not mistaken, the 393-mile run that Trevor completed just a few months ago. So we're going to let Dylan go. I know he's got a setup. He'll chime in when he can throughout the days ahead if he's got an update and a third hand like he grew today to make this happen. So we really appreciate Dylan, and we look forward to watching that documentary in a few months when all that footage is ready to be shown. But we're going to go back over to Whiskey Row right now and talk to George and see what's going on. So let's see.
Who do we got here at Whiskey Row?
George, do we have a bib number there?
112.
Bib 112. John Grotenhuis. Bib 112 looking strong.
Yeah, definitely looking strong. Looks like he's in pretty good spirits.
Absolutely.
Yep. Big climb coming ahead for you.
Perfect.
Yeah, big climb. George is absolutely right. There is a big climb
Not
ahead.
excited.
You'll make it.
You're not done enough climbing?
I'm
What's your name?
George.
George, nice to meet you.
You're on live stream right now.
We've got
Awesome.
word.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
You
how was
dropping
it?
the poll on the way?
Go ahead.
Can we ask him what it was like overnight running? What was his strategy? Did he sleep at all?
You're just sleeping. This is your first sleep?
I did like a half an hour on the trail.
Trail naps,
I wanna
folks.
go wash up. Everything's just gross.
No kidding.
So what has John been eating out there? What's been his main source of fuel?
What's your feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
No, fuel.
Fuel?
Yeah.
I've been using Spring Energies and like a beef fuel drink mix, typically. And then whatever I find at the aid station.
No GI problem. Huh?
No, nothing yet.
All right.
Almost.
That's good.
Well, that's good to hear.
There's almost
Yeah, as we
a throw up back there.
we
wouldn't
saw
have
that
been
on
the
air.
only one.
No, I'm not.
There's some on film.
No. That's awesome.
And I believe John
Yeah,
might
beautiful
have
course.
a.
It's so nice out there.
I believe this message is for John,
Sorry
the
to
runner that we're
cacti,
talking to now.
some
In the
trees.
chat, if we can get George to relay this message, Terry is telling John to brush his teeth.
See if I get it.
Terry says, brush your teeth.
I know. That's my eye.
Perfect.
I'll do that right now.
That's perfect.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know, I
Thank
love
you.
the ability for the chat to
interact with the
interact
runners.
with
This
their
is
runners.
this is a dimension that has not been offered in any trail coverage that has been done.
Yeah, well, again,
including our Black Canyon live stream.
Right. Yeah, we were. That was one of the things we wanted to improve from last time is trying to get the chat, the viewers in the chat on the course by way of communicating. We don't want to communicate any beta or anything. Obviously, that was a different kind of race because we couldn't have crew and pacers and spectators until a certain area, so we really couldn't communicate anything. But things like this, where hey, brush your teeth, or hey, good job, or tell him that his wife or daughter says hello, something like that. That's all fair game.
Yeah, no, I think it's great just giving the live viewers the chance to kind of interact with some of these runners.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got time to brush your teeth before they get here.
Plenty of time. And the brushing the teeth thing, that is just I don't even know if it's a joke, because it's probably not, because it's honestly just such great advice. John Marushik thought Terry was talking to him. John, it wouldn't hurt. You can do the same. I know you've been up for a while watching the coverage, so freshen up, because you got a long time to view ahead. I don't know how John's pulling it off. John Marushik, who we're talking about here, Aravaipa, he's a busy man. And he's just been with us all the way in the chat, live stream. It's been pretty great to see.
Definitely. And I want to give a shout out to Whitney Herrera, $25 donation in the chat. Thanks for the amazing coverage. Thank you, Miss Whitney, for tuning in, watching the live stream, finding some value in what we're presenting to you. And then also want to go up, but don't want to miss Bill Kimbler here. Love the live stream and live images from the course with the donation there. Thank you. So thank you to both of those people. Now they're just rolling in.
Whoa.
Now
FJ
they're just
Cruiser.
rolling in. So I'm going to let you take that. Oh.
FJ Cruiser, we do have a Shelby update coming in right now, but we do want to thank FJ Cruiser, FJ40 Cruiser, and Carmen for these Super Chat donations to support the live stream. It means so much to us. But right now, we're going to take you over to Shelby Farrell, find out where she is on the course. It is gooder time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check in with Shelby. Shelby, can you hear us?
I can hear you. What's up?
You are looking fresh and strong. Tell us where you are right now.
Mile 94.2. I just took like a decent, cleaned up, put on different shorts, fresh up at the aid station.
Just past Iron King, heading over to Fane Ranch.
Yeah, so she's just past Iron King now, folks. And she's like, she's looking really strong. Can you talk to us about what was how did the night go? We saw the last we saw you were coming out of Camp Kippa, I believe, at mile 65, looking really strong. You came in, you spent maybe a couple minutes in there, came out, and that was a different strategy than a lot of other runners. Obviously, we saw like Maggie Gutierrez and Peter Mortimer sitting at the campfire there, staying warm. They stayed there for probably over a half hour. So again, that's like different strategies for everybody. So tell me how your night went, Shelby.
I felt great. I love running at night, and I had a lot of layers, so I was able to stay really comfortable temperature-wise. And yeah, I was leading the pack for a while, and it was fun. It's
incredible. Now, how are the legs feeling? Is there anything hurting, or it's everything you'd expect? Because obviously this isn't your first rodeo; it's your first 200+ miler. But how are you feeling overall?
Pretty good. I can tell that I just ran a bunch of miles on my legs, so that's pretty normal, though.
That's awesome. And again, for those of you just joining us, this is Shelby Farrell. She is the media megalodon over at Gooder, who makes the sunglasses that she's wearing and that Matt and I are wearing now. They are one of our amazing sponsors for the Cocodona 250. And,
polarized lenses and everything, Rob.
Yeah, no slip, no bounce. It's all about fun. Running is fun.
Yeah.
Well, Shelby is definitely proving that it is certainly fun. And that's what we love about Gooder. They make they have incredibly hilarious and amazing branding. They make endurance sports and just life in general fun. And I think Shelby is her personality exudes that in and outside of the office, as we could tell. So we're super stoked to be working with her. And if you want to get rad sunglasses like this, you can get 2 pairs. If you buy 2 pairs, you'll get the third pair of sunglasses at 50% off. Just go to gooder.com/Cocodona for more information. And when you check out, put in the code COCOLOCO. That's COCOLOCO. And so Shelby, before we let you go, is that Jason filming, your husband?
No, I got Barb's with me.
Barb's, her friend Barb's.
Shout out to Barb.
Fun runner.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And what have you been eating? What's been the main source of fuel out there for you?
whatever I can shove in my mouth. The Chex Mix was pretty good a couple miles back.
Yeah, we did see the Chex Mix. I did see that on her Instagram story yesterday as well. The Chex Mix seemed to be the perfect trail treat. And, you know, she's been...
Actually, the oatmeal was probably a good move.
Oh, oatmeal. Oatmeal is just a classic standard right there, too.
Yeah, and speaking of Instagram, if you're not following Shelby on Instagram, definitely go check her out at ShelbZZF.
That's ShelbzF. That's ShelbZZF.
Yeah,
Shelby
definitely.
Farrell from Gooder. We're going to be checking in with her more throughout the day and throughout the rest of the race. And I would just like to remind people that they can go to gooder.com/Cocodona for more information on a sweet deal for these epic shades. Shelby, thank you so much. We'll check in again. And thank you to your crew, Barbs. And tell Jason I said hello, and we appreciate the updates that he's been giving us and when he chimes in on the chat.
Awesome.
So looking strong. Keep it going. Take care.
Bye.
Let's take it back to Whiskey Row right now. You know, these shades are such a vibe. I'm going to keep mine on. And again, Matt and I are both we both don't have great vision. As you can tell, we both have glasses.
Although I will switch to contacts at some point.
I can't. I mean, I get the eye. My eyes just it gets too dirty.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're up, the contacts can only stay in for so long before they become glued to my eyeball. So I've got to go back and forth between the glasses and the contacts.
I know that. It's got to be an issue out there on the trail too. We should ask some people that are, wearing contacts out there. So I was talking to Shelby, about that, and the cool thing about these ones is these ones actually fit over my glasses. I know that's not the intention, but I don't mind it. It's like having those doubles. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think it's a good style, and we've got John Marushik in the chat who is swinging by Aravaipa HQ. Wants to know if we need some Tecate, some Bud Light, or some Fireball. We don't, John, but we appreciate the offer.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Matt and I, fun fact, Matt and I are both 5 and 6 years sober. So we've been going strong on coffee. We are definitely not sober from coffee, though.
Yeah, which speaking of coffee, I am going to take a moment to go and
replenish those that caffeine.
The coffee.
You know what?
So.
Hit me up while you're at it.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, man.
See, we're just breaking down that, what is it, the third wall?
We're breaking down the fourth wall.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. That's the thing about this. We want to be transparent. We want the audience to feel like they're on the other side of they're in the Aravaipa Steep Life Media Studios with us.
Yeah.
This is just how it goes. Every runner out there is pivoting on the fly.
And so are we.
And so are we, because as it would be cool if we could have splits down to a T and have everything scripted, but that's
you could have IV drips of caffeine just straight into our veins.
I prefer the sip. It's something about holding the mug, especially like one of these Aravaipa camp mugs that we have.
Yeah, I mean you get like a bicep workout because it's got some good weight and density to it. So
yeah, it's just I can't wait for that. And Matt, thank you for being my coffee Sherpa this today, or chauffeur, getting it and bringing it back over to me. I will return the favor later, I'm sure. Today is just Matt and I in the studio holding it down. We are waiting. We'll have a growing team later throughout the day by 1 or 2. So we will be bringing updates to you in a little bit. But we are going to get our drones up in the air soon. Again, we are with the 5 or 6 hour time difference off where we had our filmers based on those splits. We are now kind of entering the black hole area, if you will. There are some areas where we just can't film, or there's service issues. There's a variety of reasons, and we want to respect them when it's a thing that is out of our control, and then also some things are just we just can't get service in those areas, as you saw last night. But we're going to get updates when we can. So we're moving some filmers around out there on the course, and we're going to get our drone up at Mingus Mountain soon, because that is where Michael Versteeg, our current overall race leader, Prescott local Michael Versteeg, is on his way up Mingus Mountain right now. And, of course, he's followed behind by Michael McKnight. We'll see if we can get Hector Rodriguez, his crew and pacer at this section, who's been giving us great coverage since yesterday at different areas like Crown King. We'll have him, Wolfpack leader himself, Hector Rodriguez, might be able to drop in a bit and give us a live update on the trail of our second place overall runner, Michael McKnight. But right now, all eyes are on. I'll give you a look at where we're at. This is Michael Versteeg. He is at mile 110. So he's just like 3.5 miles away from where our drone op would be. So we're gonna get yeah, so here we go, Rebecca. If you look on your screen right now, here's the live map with the runner dots. We're bringing up, and again, what we had a lot of fun doing yesterday is bringing awareness or letting as many of you in the chat know where your runners might be if you're following along. Just tell us what bib number you are looking for or what name, and we can bring it up right here and try to get some course intel that you may not be able to get. But again, you can go to cocodona.com/live and you can look at the same map that you're looking at on the screen. It's super intuitive. And all the runners are wearing spot trackers, so it's updating. When there's great service, it updates quite frequently. So bringing up the rear, not the rear, but rounding out the top three for overall is Dax Hawk. And, of course, we've got Maggie Gutierrez first overall. Oh, sorry, not first overall. Maggie Gutierrez first woman in the race, but fourth overall. And then we'll take a look. Who else we've got here? We got Dawn Greenwald holding strong, fifth overall. Joshua Locke. And, of course, Shelby Farrell is moving in at sixth overall. She's looking strong. Of course, we just talked to her. She is third overall, so that puts her in a podium place. Again, we are many miles from the finish line. A lot can change here, but we will keep you updated as we learn more. About our leaders. I am getting an update now from Troy Wicks out on the course. I'm getting an update from Troy Wicks. He is one of our drone operators, and he is awaiting the leaders in the
at Mingus Mountain.
No,
correct?
Tony is at Mingus.
Oh,
so, but Troy is going to be positioning himself kind of near the deer, a little before the Deer Pass area. So we've got a while before they go through there, because now they're going to go through this section where we just won't have a lot of coverage. But he says that Jose Sosa, if I remember right, that's bib 81, Jose Sosa. I know he's got a lot of fans in the chat, a lot of friends out there.
A San Diegan
right
representative.
There. So he's looking good. He says he looks great and is in great spirits. So there's an update about, there he is. That's a great update. We're going to see if we can get Troy to join in. Maybe he can give us some more intel. I will send him some information that while he is our drone pilot, maybe we can get him up for a ground shot, and I'll see if we can get him on in a bit. I did see our other drone operator pop into my director's feed over here. He is going to get set up at Mingus Mountain Camp, and we'll see if we have any updates of the runners coming through over there. But right now, looks like we have some requests for an update about legend Jeff Garmeyer, and thank you for that reminder, Rebecca. I did see that come up a lot, and I failed to bring it up.
So our latest track update puts Jeff the Legend Garmeyer at mile 88. So he's through Whiskey Row, He's heading towards the Granite Dells there, and should be kind of closing in on that in the nearest future.
We're going to bring in Tony, who's at Mingus Mountain around mile 114. Are you inside the aid station right now?
Yes, I'm inside the aid station right now. We got all the drop bags, but this is the nicest aid station I've been to date. We got these tables, everything's all ready to go. We got some crew here. There's some pancakes being made just outside, and I'm about to head out there because we have a runner coming in just a little bit. So it's looking good over here, though.
Yeah, so I believe that's Michael Versteeg, who we are awaiting up at Mingus Mountain, correct?
That is correct.
Amazing. So we're gonna get sights on Michael Versteeg as he comes up. We'll either be on the ground. This is Tony Hill, by the way. So he is one of the drone ops that's been providing amazing aerial footage. But Tony has been doing double duty on the ground right there as well. So we'll see if we can get some coverage of Michael coming in, and he'll be able to send us some updates from the field as he has intel that only we can get from our correspondents out there. So, Tony, just let us know when Versteeg comes in.
Will do. I will be up in the air in probably about 5 minutes looking for him.
Amazing. You heard that, folks. We're going to get Tony up in the air in about 5 minutes. So, big shout-out to Tony Hill. And, yeah, thanks, Tony. I'll let you get the bird set up so you can put it in the sky.
Right on. We'll see you up there.
Sweet. We're about to get some epic aerials.
We are about to see our race leaders for the first time today.
Yeah.
Well, since we started this
yeah.
day
Well,
stream.
we did get some quick eyes on Michael McKnight, courtesy of Hector Rodriguez at Fame Ranch, I believe it was.
That's true.
So, yeah, it's Aaron in the chat. Aaron Shimmons is saying McKnight is closing in on the Whiskey Man. Let's again try to do word of the week. Let's do some math and see how long, based on the current pace, it would take him to close the gap. It would take Michael McKnight to potentially close the gap on Michael Versteeg. And again, I can't say it enough. At mile, they're not even halfway. That's the thing.
Well, and I'll be more interested to see what the gap is like when they both get through Mingus Mountain, because the thing right now that is a little bit deceiving is Michael Versteeg is currently moving at less than 1 mile per hour because he's starting that climb up Mingus Mountain, whereas Michael McKnight moving almost 4 miles an hour because he's still running down in that canyon.
That is true.
So it can be a little deceiving. I think, honestly, our last update when they both left Fame Ranch, that gap was still around 5Ks, so around 3.5 miles. So I'll be interested to see. It looked like, we've only seen Michael McKnight so far today, and it looked like he was running pretty well, but we'll know a little bit more when they both get through Mingus Mountain, because it's hard to compare right now because one is
such different terrain
going
right
up
now.
a real tough climb, and
Yeah.
the other one is on more runnable terrain right now.
Yeah. Well, that climb is it's not easy.
No, it's definitely not. Rob, great insight there on that climb. As I was telling the viewers earlier, this is Mingus Mountain tops out at just under 8,000 feet.
And see, that's the thing about this course. You're going up and down. So you're dipping into that higher elevation area. And you really feel, especially on the climbs, if anybody's ever, run or hiked above like 6,000 or 7,000 feet is really when you start to feel it. Altitude affects everybody differently. But that's when you really feel it. The air gets thinner as you go up, and also the barometric pressure drops. So you can also that's what can also cause headaches. You get plus being a little hypoxic, having a little less oxygen. So we probably won't see tremendous effects of that until really when the runners are coming up toward kind of near the Mount Eldon summit tomorrow, or whenever that is. It'll probably be tomorrow, probably later in the day. But yeah, we are gonna see. Oh, Corinne saying El Matador. Do we have any updates on Witt?
Let me pull up old Witt, the Atlanta resident Witt Wisebram. Looks like the last update he is at mile 83.6, so he is through Whiskey Row.
Yeah, that would put him through Whiskey Row and making his way toward the Dells.
He's making his way towards the Granite Dells, so looks like he's still moving forward again. We have to keep into perspective that we're not even halfway into this race yet. And, that first section was tough, so hopefully Witt was able to, take his time, regroup, and is able to kind of keep pushing forward here. So shout out to Witt. It's good to see him out there doing some epic stuff today. But yeah, you can see Versteeg just moving really slow. But as I zoom in, you can, again, I don't have like the terrain view on, but you can see based on those topo features, this is going to be a pretty brutal climb up to, let's scroll over here and see kind of where it tops out at. Looks like we're at 7,400 feet there. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to top out around 7,500 feet here somewhere. So, yeah, I mean, definitely kind of getting up into more high alpine areas. But you can tell, especially early on, based on these topo lines, that's a really steep climb.
That is. It's not exactly. It's not a gradual one. I'll say that.
And then Michael McKnight over here is just running kind of through this little canyon, this valley here, over to Little Jaeger Canyon. So, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that gap closes when they exit Mingus Mountain Aid Station at the top of this climb, because it's going to put into perspective who's climbing well right now and who's starting to kind of feel it.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's see if we can get Tony's feed up here. He is getting the drone in the sky at Mingus. Looks like he's got a little bit. We just need to. His visual is off a little bit. We're gonna try to troubleshoot that, and we'll get him going in a second. But for right now, we're gonna go over to George at Whiskey Row, who has been out there all morning filming for us. George, what are you seeing out there? Looks like I'm not sure if we have audio on Whiskey Row.
I'll tell you what I'm seeing out there, though, Rob, is I'm seeing a really beautiful day in Prescott right
Look
now.
at that. Bluebird skies, which can be, as Dylan brought up when we checked in with him at Watson, that could be, while a beautiful view, it could be
definitely could be problematic for runners. It will be beautiful for those who want to sip some whiskey along the iconic street of saloons.
Yeah, that is absolutely right.
We are just trying to work on getting the drone up here. Right now we're just looking straight down Whiskey Row again, and another one of those iconic landmarks along this course. And like we said a lot during the live stream yesterday, is there were different routes that could have been created to make this maybe more scenic and more single track. But Jamil designed this course in this race with the intent of connecting all of these little historic towns, and Prescott with its rich mining history and the iconic Whiskey Row is just an incredible sight to see for these runners.
Absolutely. And now we are looking like we're going to be able to get some eyes up at Mingus Mountain. Oh no, actually this is Troy. We're going to check in with Troy. We are, if Troy can hear us, I know he can, we are actually able to get his feed. So we'll see if we can get an update where Troy Wicks, our other drone pilot, is located. I'm I think he is kind of in that. There he is, right there, making a nice little cameo. He went for a trail run this morning. He's in Oregonian. He comes out, and he is just loving the trails out here. He told me so.
Yeah, shout out to Troy. For those of you tuning in who are fans of the Aravaipa brand, Troy and his company, I believe, actually did the floors.
They did
downstairs in the Aravaipa HQ, as well as the helipad. So shout out to Troy and his company. We've got some videos on our channel.
Check out our YouTube video for the helitrack. He did that. Troy giving the thumbs up. Now we know where we are. We got a better view. We are at the Granite Dells.
And again, I just want to point out that earlier I said this is one of the most picturesque places in all of Arizona.
All of Arizona.
This right here is why. This is absolutely stunning.
Absolutely fantastic. Look at that. This is pretty much the same view that Dylan showed us quickly before as he was working through, and I am so glad we're able to get visuals back on this area. It looks phenomenal. Yeah, so it's just a beautiful view out at the Granite Dells. So, Matt, what runners might we be expecting to see coming through right off that trail right there?
I'm not sure exactly where he's located along the lake as to whether runners like L. Spacek have already come through or if he's going to see them soon. If L. Spacek has already come through, then the next runner would be Santa Hat himself, Stefan Fiendero from San Jose. Oh, wow. And Stefan in the Santa Hat, Rob, is the youngest participant in this race. So not only is Stefan rocking the Santa Hat, bringing us all the merry cheer, he's only 20 years old. He didn't have time to or reason to stay at Whiskey Row any longer. He's in and out. Hey, let me get a gear change and let's keep it going. I can't do shots of whiskey anyway. So
I think that could definitely work in his favor. Because he's just gonna have less of a distraction, a potential distraction, and he's gonna move along more quickly out of that area. We did see Jamil Curry take the whiskey shot with his crew, and that was another, I'm gonna call it instant classic moment for this instant classic race, and we are now getting a live look on the trail, probably at mile. What are we looking at right now? Probably
Watson Lake is around mile 88.
88, yeah.
So again, just depending on where Troy is at on the lake, there could be a group of ladies coming up soonish, or there could be a little bit of gap before we get Santa Hat Stefan into the chat. Or into the stream, not into the chat.
And we'll see if we can get eyes up on Mingus in a little bit. We're expecting Versteeg to come through.
Yeah, I mean, I think Versteeg has about a 2 or 3 mile climb up Mingus Mountain before he will be up at that aid station. But again, Troy just here doing a phenomenal job of displaying the beauty that is Central Arizona. Is that a runner down there, Troy? Can you give me a thumbs up if that's a runner? Yeah, I don't know if he can tell right now from his angle either, but we are definitely going to check that out. And again, this just goes back to how diverse this course is. You can see such a difference in the vegetation. So, and we are gonna try and see what runners we have coming up to Watson Lake. It looks like that is a runner coming up towards Troy. We will try and get a bib or an identification if we can. We don't have any volume on Troy, so I don't know if we'll be able to fully ID, but we will do our best here to get an ID. And that is Mr. Santa
there he
himself. Make sure you tell him, Troy, I know you can hear us, tell him that he is doing a great job and that everyone here is rooting for him. The youngest runner in the field today.
Yeah. This is, look at that smile on his face.
Just the bringer of joy. Absolutely crushing it there. So that definitely helps me know where Troy is on the course, which also means in the coming minutes or so, Miss Micah Thews will also be coming through that area over by Watson Lake.
That is correct. And we're going to try to get Tony Hill's shot up here in a minute. We can show you Tony's shot. I'll just go for it so you have the visuals. We were just working on getting that fixed. It might be an issue with the drone visuals there, but you are looking at Mingus Mountain where we are awaiting Michael Versteeg, the overall race leader. So we're going to go back over to Watson Lake right now at around mile 88 with Troy.
And again, Troy giving us some beautiful footage here at Watson Lake. Yeah, and we are just getting word from our correspondents over at Whiskey Row that bib number 84, Mr. Jeff Rifkin, an Arizonan, has just arrived there at Whiskey Row. John Clark in the chat saying Mika pronounced with long E. I don't know what that means. Mika. Does that mean I'm pronouncing it right?
I would guess that you are pronouncing it. I heard her say it, Mika, herself, at Crown King when we checked in with her yesterday. And we're going to get.
Also might have been replying to someone else in there. I just happened to see that and wondered, hey.
We're going to head over to. It's a tougher feed right now, but we're going to head over to Tony Hill. You know, service isn't perfect over there, but what we are looking at is Mingus Mountain, and I believe that is Mingus Lake. So that is not, we are not far from the aid, and we might actually be looking at the way he's tracking. It is hard to tell, but we might be following Versteeg right now. We'll see if we can clean up the drone output feed on our end. And get cleaner visuals, but yeah, we'll see. I believe we are looking at Versteeg making his way up. The overall race leader we'll see if we can get a confirmation from Tony if that is what we have eyes on right there. But yeah, I think there's there we go. The feed is cleaning up a bit. Yeah, that's just the way, we are, again, flying drones in the mountains and sending an internet connection all the way to our studio here in Phoenix. So it's not going to happen without any slight issues. But there we go. The feed has worked itself out, and we are now looking at the road up to Mingus Mountain Camp, aid station, around mile 114, between 113 and 114. And
so around about 2 miles prior to this is when runners will kind of start to enter this more of a dirt road and kind of come off that trail that brings them up the mountain. So this is kind of how runners will come in. The grade is steep early on going up Mingus Mountain, but then it kind of slacks off a little bit, and then you get onto this road, and it's much more runnable. So
yeah. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what we did yesterday, and I can't shout it out enough. But leaning on and working with all of our viewers here and everybody in the chat, especially. You've been super helpful. So I crowdsourced a better mathematician than myself, which is not fantastic, in the chat, and we had a lot of people help out. So as we try to figure out when Versteeg might hit a couple different areas on the course based on his current splits. So let's see. If you are up for the challenge in the chat on YouTube or Facebook, please let us know what your assumption would be on when Michael Versteeg, the race leader, will hit Dead Horse Ranch State Park and when he will hit Sedona. The first one area he will go is Dead Horse Ranch State Park, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is mile 125. Does my memory serve me well, Matt?
Yeah, let me pull that up here real quick.
We're gonna wait
Dead
for
Horse Ranch is mile 135.
135, okay.
Because you have to go through that town. You got to go through that town before you get there.
Yeah, so we're gonna switch over to George at Whiskey Row. We'll see if we can get some updates from any runners. But first, actually, I would like to say that we still have Troy out there at around mile 88, right at the trailhead, awaiting for.
I believe the next runner should be Mika.
Oh, so we okay, wait. Actually, we're going to stay on this feed. We got a runner coming up now. That appears to be her. What is Mika's bib number, Matt? Oh.
She is bib 38.
Bib 38. Hey, Troy, can you Troy, give us a thumbs up if that was bib 38. Can we confirm that was Mika Thews? So Troy is actually, we cannot fly a drone in this area. So Troy is actually filming this by holding his drone. Our team here is just, you know what? Whatever comes our way. Again, we can't talk enough about it. Everybody in the chat will resonate with this. Is you just have to pivot on the fly in these races. We see people abandoning their strategies and coming out with new stuff when things don't go to plan. So, our buddy Troy out there, Troy Wicks, is making sure we're getting visuals. And we're going to go back over to, looks like a thumbs up that was Mika Thews.
Yeah, and so it looks like the next runner who's a little bit away still
Jam
from reaching Troy is going to be the King Ram himself, Jam.
And we'll see if we can get a Jam Cam update just like we were yesterday. But first, we're going to go over to Tony Hill. He's at Mingus. I believe we might be getting close to having sights on race leader Michael Versteeg from the sky. So our friends in the chat are telling us that David Von Stroh is saying around 2 p.m. is when he predicts Versteeg will get, if he maintains this pace, Michael Versteeg should hit Dead Horse Ranch State Park at mile 135 around 2 p.m. local Arizona time. That is still 3.5 hours away from nope. Again, my math fails me. That is about 6 hours away. And we're going to take... Yeah, it looks like we're going to get 6 hours, 8 minutes. Yep. Yeah, a big shout out to Drawsam as well, really helping us out there. We're going to go back over to Troy at Watson Lake, just north of Prescott, or in Prescott. So we are awaiting Jamil Curry, the next runner through Watson Lake.
How exciting is that?
It is exciting is just an understatement, really, at this point.
Again, to put this in perspective, these runners have been running for over 27 hours now. And Jamil is just now about to hit mile 88.
27 hours hitting mile 88. He's
going to hit a 30-hour 100-miler.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I believe he ran his best hard rock time is 29 hours around. And hard rock is a really challenging course, of course. Say that 3 times fast. Hard rock is obviously quite the challenge in the San Juans, and he's run that 4 or 5 times, and wish he'll actually be running it this year. So I'm really stoked for that coming up in July. Side note, but yeah. So just for perspective, and again, he is assuming he and all the other runners, all the men and women out there are pacing themselves. I'd imagine they're not going to try to go all out for that 100 miles, but just to put it in perspective. Where he would have been at 29 hours, he would be at a little over 100 miles for something like hard rock. He is going to be, I don't want to say only mile 88, but it shows you that it's quite challenging out there. We can't say it enough. And again, if you're joining us right now, we are looking at the feed from Watson Lake. Just outside Prescott. Beautiful, beautiful morning on the lake. We did see a kayaker or a rowboat go by, enjoying the beautiful scenery and a bluebird day at the Granite Dells, and of course, despite having no audio because it's a drone, I can tell you that those were definitely Canadian geese that are going past your screen. That was a half joke, but a callback to those of you that were joining us from the early hours this morning, where we were trying to give you as much intel from the area as possible. Because, to really understand the perspective of where you're at, it's the flora, the fauna. It's not just the terrain itself. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on that, but it's just the amazing diversity of Arizona. We're watching it all before our eyes here. And we're going to bring you back to Whiskey Row in a little bit. We're waiting for our filmers are going to be out there. We do have a little bit of feed here. George over at Whiskey Row. If George can hear me, I don't know that he. Oh, actually, I'm sure he can. Let me just unmute him myself. If George can hear me, I was curious if he had any updates for us out there. It looks kind of quiet right now. Runners are pretty spread out at this point in the race. Yeah, I actually don't really see. There's not many people out there, but they will be coming in one by one. We'll take you back to Troy Wicks again. This beautiful scene at Watson Lake. Yeah. So again, we are here in the studio here in Phoenix, and we're going to get some more visuals for you soon. Hoping to get Tony Hill back up in the air, our other drone op. We're going to get him up at Mingus Mountain as we await more of the leaders to come through. And as I'll refresh right here, we'll actually see exactly where Versteeg is. Michael Versteeg is at mile just over 112, 111.7. He is moving at 1.8 miles an hour, which... he's 1.8 miles from the Mingus Mountain aid at mile 113. So we will get to him shortly once we get some eyes in the sky. But this is what it's looking like so far for the top three. We've got Michael Versteeg, followed by Michael McKnight. It's the two Michaels leading the front. And, of course, Dax Hawk, who has been rallying. Now, if you remember Dax Hawk, looked like he had some maybe some GI or some stomach issues on his way to Battle Flat yesterday. We caught on the drone cam. Those of the ultra community probably won't be grossed out by it. We know it's just part of the way things go here. We did see him have a little bit of what they colloquially call trail puke, but sometimes it's a good thing. A lot of people will tell you that it's the reset button right there. So we're going to go back over to Tony Hill, who's got the drone in the sky. And again, we're super grateful that we're even able to get footage out here again, because we are still in the mountains outside Arizona. Although we are closer to some towns, it is spotty out there. But we're looking at Mingus Mountain. He is stationed at around mile 114. And we're looking at. I'm gonna guess that body of water is Mingus Lake. It's a small body of water near the aid station. And we're still awaiting Jamil Curry, our next runner, expected through Watson Lake at mile 88.
What a view of just the high alpine kind of forest there of Mingus Mountain.
Absolutely.
It's crazy how in the course of, like we said, a little over 28 hours, runners have gone from low desert to high alpine, back down to lower elevation, and are now starting to get back up.
I'm going to guess that's
alpine.
him. I know it might be hard to tell, but we are still able to get you some visuals here. I'm going to take a guess that is Michael Versteeg making his way in. I will see if we can confirm that. I believe it might be Versteeg right there. It does appear to be Versteeg. And as the feed is now cleaning up a bit, again, that's going to come in and out as we hit different service dead spots. But that is Michael Versteeg. I'm wondering if that's Versteeg and a pacer, and if it is he in the lead, or is he?
Who's dropping who?
Who's dropping who?
That's the real question.
I mean, it wouldn't be a great pacer if the pacer was behind him at this point, unless he's like screaming at him from behind, "Go, go, go!" But that's a whole totally different tactic.
Yeah, but I don't know if it'd be a good pacer to be dropping your runner right now.
Maybe it's an invisible tow rope, where that, to use that as a metaphor, where that's essentially what pacing. If you think about the run flat, stay low world, and you think about track, they have pacers out on the track that follow them for at least, like say for 1600, they're going to go out there for the first two laps to set the pace. So that might be what happened. They're trying to pull him in.
Do you think he's got like a fish line around his waist and his pacer is actually pulling him?
Are you trying to create another gate hashtag? I see what you're doing here,
no,
Matt.
It's
not yet Aravaipa
I'm just throwing
dark.
it out there,
Is
that what you're insinuating, that Michael Versteeg might have a fish line tied around his waist?
No,
and his
I
pacer
was
is pulling him
merely
along?
making a metaphor. I was simply making a metaphor because there are two different pacing strategies, right? You have somebody just with you in earshot, and they're maybe behind you, or are they going to be in front of you and you're following? And we bring it up because the gap on the pacer to Versteeg, if that is what we're looking at. We are speculating at this point, but we are pretty sure that one of those is Michael Versteeg. We'll see if we can get eyes. Looks like Tony is trying to hone in on something. Did Versteeg go to the side? Is that him standing on the side right there, potentially? Hard to tell. Maybe there's a trail nap situation.
He might just be
I think he's trying to. Well, look at this. Tony is an absolute pro. He is getting the drone between the trees so we can get a better read. Tony Hill is, again, bringing us this amazing aerial feed. And now, as the runners come out from the shadows, we will be able to confirm. That does appear to be. Is that Versteeg? Not moving like Versteeg. You know what I mean? Is that just what a tired Michael Versteeg is looking like?
That is pacer in front, Michael Versteeg.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I got. I forgot.
Got the red Salomon pack.
That's absolutely
and
right.
He changed his hat.
He did change the hat, and I forgot that he did put on that gray shirt last night. We saw at Whiskey Row before we ended our stream for day one. He did put on a gray shirt because he had the black crop top to start the day, and then he
went shirtless.
Then he went shirtless. We were shocked.
He went shirtless. He went like Arizona's version of Anton. There for a while.
They do have a lot of, and I'm going to get probably
similar features.
Crap in the comments for this, but there does seem to be some similarities, and it's not just the beard and the bit of the laid back lifestyle. It's also the way they run. They have that shuffle, that gait right there that is just they're just super fluid, and they're just honing into the trail. People will agree or disagree.
And we got a question in the chat from Facebook. How is Corey Waltering doing? Unfortunately, Corey dropped at mile 37 yesterday. So last night.
Absolutely.
And we got a hashtag Fishgate in the chat. I love it. I'm all about the gates. So,
and it's all in good fun, but it has been funny how many. It started with cattle gate, but that was just because they were going through a cattle gate, and then I'm not going to take any credit for it. I'm going to deflect it, actually. 100% of it started with steak gate.
Yeah, I mean, steak gate is still on.
Yeah, it is.
There was no steak
There was no steak yet, so we think that it might have been an overstatement because it upgraded not just from steak but to filet mignon. And then what we're talking about now, and again, if you're just joining us, we are looking at the overall race leader, Michael Versteeg, making his way into Mingus Mountain aid station at around mile 114. And, yeah.
Yeah, so we're taking a look right here at Michael Versteeg's pacer there in front, Versteeg right behind. And, to touch on how Stakegate happened, we had correspondent Hector Rodriguez helping us film, and he said that Michael McKnight's strategy was to eat steak at some point as part of his fueling strategy, and we found out last night that there was no steak. That they had sloppy joes instead, which I will say might be one of the more unique kind of fueling foods that I've heard of. And so there you go. You've got a good look at Michael Versteeg, his pacer, kind of pulling him in to the Mingus Mountain. Michael Versteeg, your first place runner as of right now, rolling into the Mingus Mountain aid station, seeing his crew. He hit that kind of flatter stretch there and appears to be moving pretty well. So now this will be a spot that is really interesting to see how he stacks up with Michael McKnight as they exit this aid station, because then they will kind of be both on more of a level playing field. So. Yeah, now people are making a good point. Do we have are we gonna have a watch on Michael McKnight and how he responds to the sloppy joes?
That is definitely a question worth asking. I don't know that I want the answer to the question, like the detailed answer, but it is a good. I mean, that's kind of tough to eat that on the trail.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds delicious right now.
We've got movement from Troy Wicks. Did we miss Jam coming through? We might have missed Jamil Curry coming through at mile 88 while we had eyes on Michael Versteeg. We're going to go back to Michael Versteeg at Whiskey. At Whiskey. We're going to go back to Michael Versteeg at Mingus. You can see him making his way in there. That's Michael Versteeg at the center of your screen in the red pack, the red hydration vest, coming in.
And it looks like we should be having Jamil anytime.
Okay. And then we should get Jamil then after that. Amazing. But again, you are looking at a live feed from our drone at Mingus Mountain. Mile 114. Still not yet halfway, and these runners started, the first wave at least, went off at 5 a.m. Arizona time yesterday, and it's currently 8:30 a.m. here in Arizona. And yeah, we're looking at Michael Versteeg now at mile 114. The feed will come in and out as we get better service, but look at this just being paced in.
Looks like we've got something going on right there at the Dells.
We're going to the Dells. Who is that? Let's see if we can get 27. We've got Bib 27.
Yeah, that's Nate Smith.
Nate Smith.
From the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
There you go, another Beast Coaster.
Is that Kerry Ward there, it looks like, as well.
And Kerry Ward.
Kerry Ward there.
We're going to bounce back and forth between there. And, oh, wait, we have another. Oh, that's a pacer. We got a pacer coming through. We will wait to get our feed back up at Mingus Mountain. There's probably going to be a battery swap on those drones because, again, those drone batteries only last about 30 minutes in ideal conditions. So if there's any bit of wind or anything else that will challenge that drone, we're getting an update that from Troy Wicks that I just got a message that says Jam bathroom. So your guess is probably what mine is. He's probably just taking a little pit stop and then he's going to be coming through. So great intel from the course there. Oh, here we go. We've got Tony on the ground now. We're going to catch up. We're looking at Michael Versteeg at Mingus Mountain at around mile 114.
He can hear you.
Michael, how was that climb up Mingus Mountain there?
It wasn't actually that bad compared to all the other ones. It was like pretty normal and easy after yesterday.
And what was the biggest challenge of yesterday? Like, and how did last night go?
Last night was fine. I do terrible in sun and heat, so I was really just waiting the day out for the sun to go down, and when it did is when I finally started running, and that was all good until you hit that like 3 a.m. point and you're just tired. And then I think I slept for like 5 minutes. Apparently, I didn't even know I fell asleep. But so I'm tired, but I need to get down to the Verde before it gets too hot, and then I'm gonna sleep at like 1 or something for a few hours, 2 or 3 hours, do the worst part of the day before I tackle Lime Kiln.
So you're going to sleep around near the Dead Horse Ranch area? Is that what you're thinking?
I think so. It'd be nice to like soak in the Verde for a minute and then take a little nap and then tackle the rest of that hot section. Oh, was that?
Why'd you guys go to it?
Is that brown?
Yeah, so so there you go. That's a live update from Mingus Mountain aide Michael Versteeg, our overall race leader. Oh, it looks like he's digging into some in and out right now. He is digging into some in and out.
Now, that's one of the great things about ultramarathons is you get to see cool stuff like this that you wouldn't see at a road race. Michael Versteeg, your race leader, enjoying a beautiful In-N-Out burger.
Yeah, he's just going for that in and out, you know. His crew bringing it to him. It's looking, hopefully it's fresh, but they probably timed it perfectly. Yeah, we saw there his crew saying it's a little fresh.
I'm sure it tastes wonderful at this point in this journey, you know.
Yeah. This is good to know. I mean, maybe we could get this answer from his part of his crew with the camera there. What was the order at In-N-Out? Was that a on-the-fly decision, or was that a planned, like, I want a number 5 special with the... We'll see if we can maybe get that.
So it's pretty important.
I have to eat real food. I can't do like aid station stuff. So burritos, and pizza, and In-N-Out.
Well, there you go. Burritos, pizza, and In-N-Out is what's on the menu for our race leader, Michael Versteeg. You're looking at him in his crew van at mile 114 as he makes a quick shirt change, puts the quarter pounder with cheese into his stomach to fuel him up toward the next section.
It's a good climb.
Yeah.
You have a good climb with him? Are you going with him again?
Yeah, later. Just did like the last 2 legs or something.
Gotcha. So no one's going with him now, or someone going with him now?
No, I offered to go, but he kind of wants to hit this by himself and then kind of save the Pacers for later when he thinks he'll need them more.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I mean, it's all him.
Amazing. So you heard that update there. Again, Tony on the ground has given us some great intel from what is happening.
Later, dude.
Michael Versteeg is now out. He took a few bites of the In-N-Out, and now he's going on his way outside of Mingus, our overall race leader. He's choosing to go for the next section without a pacer, and he told us that he's going to try to get down to the Verde River, take a dip to cool himself off, and then take a snooze for a few hours because he only got about, I believe he said 5 or 10 minutes, 15 minutes was it?
He said he got 5 minutes of sleep, and he doesn't remember sleeping.
So I think we're looking at our next hashtag, Sleepgate. Did it happen?
Yeah, I mean, only the crew and Pacers would know. But no, it's he's got about a 19-mile stretch down to the Verde River crossing. This is one of the few points on the course where you are guaranteed to get water.
Yeah.
This is a big flowing stream, or a big flowing river rather. So gonna get wet there. Gives you a nice chance to kind of cool off, take a dip. So I know that Mr. Versteeg is looking forward to that dip, and then it sounds like his strategy is to kind of nap a bit of the afternoon away because he doesn't do very well in the heat. So definitely another interesting strategy, and we will see kind of how that plays out as Michael McKnight continues to run strong from just a little bit behind Versteeg.
Yeah, the Utah native Michael McKnight is making his push up Mingus Mountain right now, where we just saw Versteeg leave. And right now we're taking you to our live feed at the Granite Dells, Watson Lake outside Prescott as we await a few more runners to come through. it looks like, Matt, do we know who we might be expecting next to come through that trailhead?
Yeah, let me give me 1 second here. I was trying to get an update on Michael McKnight, but yeah, it looks like Michael McKnight is just about to start the climb up Mingus Mountain. And then let's go back over here to Watson Lake. It looks like we should be seeing Becky Lynn Bauer coming up pretty soon. Not sure if she has passed already again while we were chatting. No, it looks like we got someone coming right here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got something. And again, if you're not hearing audio, you will not be able to hear audio on this feed.
Yeah, I believe that is Becky Lynn Bauer.
Yes, it is. In the red shorts, we saw her. And she looks to be in great spirits.
Yeah, no, she actually was one of the most spirited people at Crown King yesterday. I believe that one of the things she said was that the ice that she had in her head wrap was really helping keep her cool. So I think that really helped her kind of get through that spot. But there you have it. Becky Lynn Bauer is there, and it looks like, Jamil is still over at the parking area by Watson Lake here. So he may be dealing with some stomach issues or troubleshooting some problems over there. But as soon as he keeps making his way, it does say that his current speed is 3.5 miles per hour, so he might be moving again, and if so, he should be closing in on our footage here pretty soon. Actually, it looks like we do have Jamil right here, so we've got the Jam coming right here. There he is.
There he is, folks.
Again, we won't have any audio on this feed, but it would be really interesting to know how he's feeling right about now.
Yeah, there's Jamil, and of course his pacer, Kevin Schmidt. I'm wondering. I guess Courtney DeWalter, Kevin Schmidt's wife, probably took the overnight duties, and they might be splitting pacing duties. We will have an update on what Jamil might have said when we can get that message in. And again, we were just able to get this camera in there last minute, so we do not have audio on this section, but we are super pleased at the view from the Granite Dells at Watson Lake at Prescott.
And Andrew Rivera in the chat asking what mile they're at. They're right around mile 88 somewhere.
Yeah.
Give or take a little bit. Watson Lake is right around mile 88, so depending on what part of the park you are on or what part of the trail you're on, you may be a little bit shorter. You may be a little bit further on your journey,
Yeah, that's exactly right. And keeping eyes on my director's feed right now. I might be able to get some visuals up on Mingus Mountain again. And we might be able to get to I'm curious to see when Michael McKnight comes in. I am quite curious to see what his strategy is compared to the In-N-Out Burger strategy of Michael Versteeg.
Well, this could be the steak aid station.
This could be the one.
This was a very nice interior of the aid station. It looked like they might even have a full kitchen in there. I cannot confirm nor deny that, but this could be the filet mignon aid station at 8:41 Arizona time. And just so we know, Michael Versteeg left that aid station at 8:37.
Interesting. Yeah, 8:37 a.m.
So we'll be able to kind of keep track and see how far apart these two leaders are, and we will try and continue to monitor that as we progress, as long as I remember, because it's awfully...
You guys in the chat are just cracking us up here. That is great. So we're looking at, Draw Sam says, the only steak gate might be if he takes it well done. I guess most people like the steak raw. Is that referencing?
Or maybe he likes his steak raw.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or maybe he has intel on the style of meat that the low-carb runner himself, Michael McKnight, likes.
Yeah, although last night I believe at one point he had a potato.
He did. We did get word that it was going to be potato.
And soda.
What's actually
that's awfully high carb of him.
Let's break it down for a second. Hector Rodriguez, who was one of our filmers yesterday, did a great job out at Crown King and the start line.
And earlier today,
popped in
from Fane Ranch.
Yes, he popped in at Fane. We saw Michael McKnight come through. we asked, he was checking out the aid station supplies, and we saw lots of sodas and fruit. And I said, well, Michael McKnight is on Instagram. He's the low-carb runner. Yeah. So I said, is he going to switch up his he's going to switch up his plan? Is he going to go for any of that soda and fruit? And he goes, nah, we're going all steak, filet mignon, baby. It was a direct quote from his crew and pacer. And then we find out later in the night that Michael McKnight switched up the game plan, went for some soda and potatoes.
He did make up for it later on, though.
With
some sloppy joes.
Reportedly, sloppy joes were had on the trail.
Confirmed by Hector Rodriguez earlier today.
That's true. It was confirmed. We had heard potential sloppy joes, and now we've confirmed it from his source on the ground, his crew and pacer, Hector Rodriguez, who we will be tuning in with in a little bit later. He is going to be jumping in and out. So this is exciting because now we have a crew and pacing member that is
Peter Mack in the chat, Potato Gate. Yeah, you see, I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Potato Gate. I want to know, what's going on here with the low-carb runner. What? In all seriousness, what made him change his mind to go to some more high-carb foods?
Yeah. And Chris Worden, who joined us last night in the studio and will be joining us again tonight, made a great point. If Michael McKnight eats more potatoes and has more soda on course than he does steak or anything else that's high-fat, low-carb, will he have to change his Instagram handle?
If he wants to stay true to his brand.
So we will see. I think that's the real question behind Steakgate, but we are watching it closely.
I think it would be like balanced diet runner.
We're going to bring you back over to Whiskey Row real quick, where we have some scenes of some more runners coming in. I will give an update. We got a great update on the ground from, let me just move this. I think I have another video feed popping in. We've got Jamil himself. We can get the update live from Jamil. And we are getting views from the Jam Cam, checking in with Jamil. It looks like Kevin Schmidt is filming him. His pacer, Kevin Schmidt, is filming Jamil as he makes his way around the Dells. We do know that area does cut out a little bit of in and out of service, so Jamil might be in and out, but here he is. He's coming back in right now.
In and out like Versteeg's aid
station. In and out like
food.
Versteeg's aid station food is absolutely correct. And I'm not sure if we'll be able to hear this, but
I think they're on you.
But we did get a word from Troy Wicks out there. He did say that he told Jamil he looked good, but Jamil said that he's not feeling too good. But he's looking all right here. He's going up the section of the Dells. There he is, Jamil Curry on the Jam Cam. He's going to drop in over the little footbridge. We saw some of the course markings hanging from the tree. This is just great. We get to see what it looks like. Chris Worden is in the chat.
We look very spry this morning. Well, thank you, Chris. We look forward to seeing your beautiful face a little bit later on in the day.
We will see if Chris is saying the same when he sees us at around 6 p.m. tonight when he joins us in person. And again, we are getting a live feed from around Watson Lake of Jamil Curry. We're going to go back. We'll go back to Jamil in a bit. We'll check in with George over at Whiskey. Oh, actually, we've got the feedback for Jamil, so we'll just stay on that for a sec. Matt, do we have an overall – what is Jamil's overall place right now in the race? I know there's been some yo-yoing back and forth between some of these places in the we'll call it the second chase pack. Yeah, and Chris Worden is saying 6 p.m. is when Aravaipa, #Aravaipa After Dark begins, and it's really our unofficial way of saying I think we're still in After Dark mode. I think letting loose and breaking down that fourth wall with our audience is just actually the secret sauce to, fully embracing the immersiveness of this experience.
Yeah, it looks like Jamil is running somewhere between 25th and 30th.
Okay.
Just based on my rough count.
Plenty of time to chase down to get a top 10 spot.
There's still plenty of carnage to be had.
Yeah, carnage is certainly ahead for people in this race.
Don't forget, Rob, you're going to have a little bit of heat across the Verde Valley. You are going to be able to cool off in the Verde River, but then you got to get through Sedona, and then once you get through Sedona, you got the absolutely terrifying Kasner climb that gets you up onto the Coconino Plateau.
That Kasner climb is no joke.
It's going to be pretty brutal.
Lots of switchbacks. It's just
lots of gain.
So much gain. So I think it looks like we'll be expecting Versteeg in Dead Horse. We crowdsourced the pace right there. When did he leave? He left at 8:37, I think we said.
Yep.
So let's see if we can get a secondary confirmation on this for our mathematicians out there in the live chat.
Yeah.
Look at that. You see Kevin say, "Look at that view," and there it is. There's the dam right there. Picturesque.
Watson Lake.
It is. Oh, beautiful. That is quintessential Watson Lake views right there. You see the dam because as Matt did point out, it is a man-made lake. There he is himself, Jamil. The audio is in and out, of course, because we are deep in the dells. But nonetheless, we've got some footage from Jamil and his pacer, Kevin Schmidt, on trail. And there he is. There's that view. So he's climbing out. We're going to cut back over to Troy for a minute and see if we got any. Are there any more runners, Matt, coming through potentially at that section where Troy is located?
We either have Whit Weisbrom and Ryan Berkmeyer coming up, or they have just passed. Again, it's hard to know exactly.
Troy
where,
I'll get Troy to message us in our group chat here. I do see Hector popping in. We might have an update from Michael McKnight soon. We are watching our feed here in studio closely to give you an update there.
Yeah, and it looks like Whit and Ryan Berkmeyer may both have already passed just based on the most recent update.
Matt, I'm going to deflect this question, or defer this question rather to you. We get a question from Siberia. What's the temp out there? Is that 25 degrees Celsius? I know you are probably more familiar with the centigrade than I am, as you are. Your wife is from Australia. So do you know, is 25 degrees Celsius, is that around, it's got to be around 80 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, a little bit less. That's in the upper 70s. So
okay.
The easiest way for me to do it is 28 Celsius is 82 Fahrenheit. And so then you just kind of guesstimate from there. So it's going to be in the mid to upper 70s.
We're going to go to Hector real quick. Actually, we've got an update. We're looking at, we're going to cut to Tony, actually. There he is. Tony is chasing after Michael Versteeg, the overall race leader.
What great work by Tony there, as he chases Michael Versteeg through the trails of the Black Mountains here, as Versteeg, who is pacerless at the moment, makes his way down towards the Verde Valley.
It's probably enough. I'm going to go fly. I just saw him when I got up here to fly.
Amazing. Well, Tony, we thank you for that. We got some single track treat right there from Tony, our drone pilot, who's been doing double duty. Doing double duty on the ground and in the sky. Both Tony Hill and Troy Wicks. So big shout out to them. We are going to get the bird in the sky up at Mingus Mountain to catch Michael Versteeg to catch Michael McKnight. We're going to go over to Hector now. We're at Mingus Mountain around mile 113, 114, depending on where they are on the climb.
Yeah, I'm not with Michael at this moment. I'm walking down from our crew vehicle to see if we see him. I know he's probably 1 to 2 miles away.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull an
I'll
update
definitely be
for.
capturing him.
Amazing. Well, while you're doing that, Hector, do you have any? How was that? How was the section that we last checked in with you with Michael at Fane Ranch at mile 104? Can you tell us how the day's been going since that last check-in?
Since the last check-in, he's been moving really well. He was still in really good spirits. He wanted some breakfast, so after he got going, we went and picked up some breakfast for him, so we got that ready to go. We have another pacer who will be joining me. Last night, I was the only one, so we went all night long. So I'm looking forward to kicking my legs up until I go again a little later today. So that's going to be very helpful. Yeah, so it's been an absolute blast. He last night he just blew me away with just how he was just coming back. Like so many athletes out here look like they were dead early on, and just everyone we're seeing is just coming back to life. It's so awesome to see.
And yeah, it's amazing. It's crazy, and we're gonna see that. It's going to come in and out, those highs and lows. There's a lot more room for those highs and lows. That is just what happens in the ultra running and these long-distance events. I got to go back. You did state that there was some breakfast had by Michael McKnight this morning. Can you tell me what he ate?
No, so we went and got it. He'll be eating it at this aid station here.
So what will he be eating? Was this a request, a specific request of his?
It was a request. I don't know to what degree. I don't know if it was just, hey, go get me breakfast, or hey, go get me this specific breakfast. But it was definitely some along the lines of like egg, sausage, some veggies, things like that.
So he's back on. He's back. You told us that he snuck in some potatoes and soda at some point last night.
He had Sloppy Joe at the that mile 71 aid station, but I guess there was some rice in there, so I found out that he didn't eat too much of that.
Okay.
And yeah, and I think he did have some potatoes, maybe at Fane Ranch. So
you know, like someone in the chat pointed out.
Yeah, that's what I've seen so far.
It's low carb runner, not no carb runner.
That is very true. Overall ratio is still probably very low.
Yeah, it's still a good ratio. So
Hector, we're gonna Hector, we will get back to you in a bit when we just let us know when you have eyes on your runner, Michael McKnight. We're gonna take it to the bird in the sky. Perfect. We're gonna get an aerial drone shot now above Mingus Mountain.
What a view!
What a view! And again, not fantastic service out there, but yet we're still able to get decent pictures to you. We are looking at Mingus, and yeah, Mingus just drops off right there. It's kind of just like a ramp. It goes down. And they're going to be coming around. That's actually a popular hang gliding spot. Fun fact. As you can see, it's basically it's almost like a cliff. It just kind of drops off. It slopes off.
You a big hang glider?
I've never hang glided in my life, nor do I plan. I'm all into the action sports life, but that's a little beyond the extreme that I want to go.
Well, shout out to all our hand gliders out there in the chat, you know.
And it might be hard to see, but that is the beginning of Sedona toward the top. It's kind of coming into picture better now. And on the left-hand side of your screen, the red rocks in the middle on the left. And then if you look in the middle, the center of your screen off to the right, you see those peaks. That is where the runners are heading. That is Flagstaff, Arizona. The tall peaks there are the San Francisco peaks or the Kachina peaks And if you follow it down a bit, you'll see another kind of smaller bump. That smaller bump is Mount Eldon, and that is on the Cocodona 250 course. Excellent view coming down at Mingus Mountain with Sedona in the background.
That's the high point on the course, right near the end.
Yeah.
Definitely have to make sure we get you up to the highest point on the course.
Absolutely. That view of Mount Eldon, it's that mountain that is directly beneath our sponsor banner up there, right between the Gnarly Nutrition logo on your screen, right between the Squirrel's Nut Butter Nutrition on your screen. You will see that bump on the horizon line. That is Mount Eldon, and that is where they're headed.
Basically the finish.
It's close. They still have
about 5 miles, 8 miles.
A little
to go.
more. I think it's about 10. We can again.
We can pull
check
that
the math
up
on
here.
that. I think for me it's #MathGate at this point. But yeah, so they're heading toward Mount Eldon. They still got quite a ways to go. They were expected to hit Mount Eldon around 2 p.m. tomorrow based on those 60-hour splits, but of course, where the under-over on that is definitely way over at this point.
Yeah, but maybe we will see someone come into Eldon before the end of tomorrow.
Either way, we will be live all night tomorrow. We've got filmers on the ground in Flag, and we will be going back and forth between me, Matt, and Chris in the studio. So
yeah, so it looks like that stretch from Mount Eldon to the finish is 8.8 miles, but that is from Mount Eldon
there's the hang
aid
glider port
station,
right there, actually,
which is near the summit.
Max Long is saying, "Damn, that view! No words. It really is a beautiful view."
Yeah, that's one of the big reasons I think Jamil wanted to take people up Mingus Mountain and up into the Black Hills, because once you get up there, again, this mountain range separates the Prescott Valley from the Verde Valley, so you get these amazing views on both sides of the valley on one side and then the beautiful Red Rock formations with the peaks in the background on the other.
We really do. And our drone is coming down to do a battery swap, so we are going to head back over to Whiskey Row. We're going to go to Ferris. And there he is. Ferris Thompson is across the street from the aid station at
Over
Whiskey
there.
Row in downtown Prescott.
You can hear the bells ringing. Must be the top of the hour.
We're waiting for him to come down this row right here, right down the. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us, Ferris?
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. And that's right. You'll remember that crosswalk from the Steep Life vlog, one of the recent ones with Jamil and Peter Mortimer when they scouted Mount Union to Whiskey Row. This is where they had decided to go, as Peter says, scotch o'clock at Matt's Saloon. A little early for that now. Well, actually, I shouldn't say, because if those viewers that were with us from the era, from when we went live around 6 a.m. this morning, they did see Jamil and his crew partake in the whiskey shot at Whiskey Row. So I wonder if there will be any more of that going on. But runners are trickling in at mile 81. And we're going to have an update soon again from Mingus Mountain Camp with Hector Rodriguez, who is crewing and pacing Michael McKnight, who is our second place overall. Any updates for the women's side of the race? How is Maggie Gutierrez doing? We have no eyes on the ground near her because, again, the runners are so spread out at this point.
Yeah, last I saw, Maggie was back into around 4th overall. Right now she's running basically right with Drew Fraze. They are about to pull into Fane Ranch aid station, so hopefully we will we'll keep an eye on those spot trackers, and as they update, which they just did, and she is just ahead of Drew Fraze in 4th place overall. And then let's see if we can get. Looks like Michael McKnight's spot tracker hasn't updated in a little bit, and he was at mile 111, so he's probably around a mile or so out from the aid station up there at Mingus Mountain. So now I am just going to, can we get a read on that bib there? I cannot, but I am going to take a look at the chat. Yeah, Chris Davia, Mount Eldon equals Mount Doom. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, especially at that point in the race. It's going to be a pretty rough one. The Eldon Lookout climb is as steep as it looks. On the profile map. Yeah, I think that's a good point. We had Anthony here in studio say, I heard that the Kasner climb is worse. And the Kasner climb in a vacuum is probably harder than the Eldon Lookout climb. So that's when runners are climbing out of Sedona to get up onto the Coconino Plateau. I think the big difference with the Eldon climb is where it comes in the race. You know, you're at the base of Eldon around 245 miles into this adventure. I think there's just going to be a lot of wear and tear on the legs at that point, and you have to run up this gnarly, rugged climb before descending back down to get to the finish.
Yeah, it's that climb up Eldon, even the way they hit it too, they're going to skirt the peak. They're going to go on the Sunset Trail. There is a lot of snow awaiting them. Because that area, actually, I'll pull it up on the iPad here. I will try to pull up a map to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So, because that climb up Eldon, yeah, so we still have some views. We might have some views of Mingus coming up, so I'm just keeping an eye out for that right now. We are taking a look at the map here. I'll bring it up on the screen momentarily, and here we go. Actually, we've got some runners coming in to Whiskey Row at mile 81 first. Let's get some of these views, them going into the aid station. Ferris Thompson is providing some great visuals as they come down this iconic stretch in downtown Prescott, Arizona. All right, so actually, it looks like trying to get a bib number on this runner.
We had 41.
Got coming through. That is the pacer. You see the yellow bib is the pacer bib. Is that looking like 119? I think we got 119. We'll see who is just coming into Whiskey Row at 9:05 a.m. local time, Arizona. 119. That's Brian Janizek, an Arizonan himself. So we are.
We got bib 34.
Bib 34 is outbound. Am I correct on that, Matt? Looks like he's leaving the aid station.
Looks like he's leaving. He may be hitting a crew vehicle. He may be. Heading
he's
out.
made that turn left. He's going out. That's David Riedman. David Riedman looking strong at mile 81, Whiskey Row, Prescott, Arizona. But again, yes, as we were talking about Mount Eldon, I do want to finish that thought, and I want to bring up to this section of the course that I was telling you about. So Mount Eldon is, if we zoom out a bit, you can see downtown Flagstaff is where the blue track ends. That's our course. That is the finish line, of course, right in Heritage Square downtown. If you backtrack a bit, you can see M247. That's mile 247 is Eldon. So if you go Mount Eldon, it's about a 9,300-foot elevation on the summit, and it's about a 2,500-foot climb. They do have to go on the Fat Man's Loop Trail a little bit, and then they hit the Eldon Lookout Trail. And that Eldon Lookout Trail is what Matt was talking about. It gets pretty steep. It's rocky, and especially toward the top part, once you get deeper into the Ponderosa, and there's even some young aspen trees up there, it gets pretty chossy, so pretty slippery. But they actually will skirt the summit a bit. They will skirt the summit, meaning they will not go to the summit when they get there. If you could see this trail branch out to where it says Eldon Mountain, they actually go on this connector trail beneath the summit. That is the Sunset Trail. You can see it's kind of there's kind of like a gully in there. And the way the sun hits that area, or doesn't hit that area rather, the snow happens to be in this section right on the trail a little longer than usual, meaning, sometimes I've been up there, I hiked up there a lot, and it is sometimes covered in snow in that area through June. So it is early May, obviously, and Jamil was out there with Peter Mortimer and Jeff Carmeyer, the legend himself, as well as Rory Moynihan and Jeff Browning doing a scouting run. And that was just a couple weeks ago, and there was still snow out there. So we are definitely looking at some snow cover because, of course, we did get visuals from our team, some team members that live up that way, that just last week it snowed up there as well. So we're going to bring it back over to Whiskey Row for a minute, to Ferris's feed. Or is that George? We'll actually wait for that to reconnect. But yeah, so we've still got, if you're just joining us, we got runners coming in at mile 81. The pack is very spread out at this point. The last runner we looked at through the Dells, I believe, was Jamil himself. And then, of course, we got Michael Versteeg has left Mingus Mountain Camp, mile 114, and we're awaiting Michael McKnight. So let's take that live to mile 81, Whiskey Row with Ferris. Matt, what are you thinking at this point? I mean, this race is starting to spread out, and we got a really interesting top 10 right now forming.
Yeah, no, I think that the race honestly is just starting to kind of begin for a lot of these runners.
Oh yeah.
As hard as the early stages of the race are, the second half of the race is going to be difficult, obviously, but it's not going to be as difficult as the early stages of the race. So I think from like the top 10 perspective, I think we're just kind of starting to get into the nitty-gritty of kind of starting to compete once we get into the back half. Once we get across the Verde River and start heading towards Sedona and Deer Pass, yeah, then it's kind of on from there.
Yeah, we're going to bring it over to Tony Hill now. Tony's at Mingus Mountain around mile 114. Feed will come in and out, but we are waiting to get eyes on Michael McKnight, our second place overall. Going to go to the chat a bit. Somebody is saying, can you have, so is it legal to have sled dog pacer pull you up the hills? You cannot have a sled dog pacer. This is not the Iditarod 300. Shout out to that epic race. Or it might even be the 500. But, yeah, you can't have sled dogs. I know that's probably a joke, but to clarify, there are having a sled dog myself, who is, shout out to my dog if he's watching, Eldon. My dog is named after that Eldon climb we were talking about. It's definitely great, him being a sled dog, to pull you up those mountains on a leash, but unfortunately that is not allowed at this race. But you can have pacers. They cannot mule for you, to be clear. So pack muling is not allowed, meaning somebody cannot carry your equipment as they're, pacing you. I'm trying to get eyes. So we have got eyes on Mingus. As we await Michael McKnight. Our second place overall runner. And we are looking at the feed of Tony Hill, one of our drone ops out there. Oh, I see. With John Marusik. No, that wasn't a sled dog, and I think that was just somebody's dog on course. I don't know. I don't think it had anything to do with with Versteeg. I don't think it was a proper pacer, but I know, John, you're all about the jokes right there. No, Andrew, you don't have to answer your question. Andrew Rivera asks in the chat, so if you want poles, you got to carry them for the whole race? No. You can strategically put them in drop bags. Jamil actually did that. He did not bring poles with him up that climb yesterday, up the Bradshaw Mountain climb, the first 50K, first 55K of the race. But he did have poles awaiting in his crew vehicle, and those poles were handed off. So that does not constitute muling, because that is a crew stop. When you actually have a pacer with you on the trail, where it's just you and the pacer, you cannot have them carrying any of your gear once you're outside of the aid station boundaries. Of course, because we did see Michael Versteeg get handed a bag of in and out. And so, for example, that is totally allowed because you're at an aid station. However, if there was somebody running and their pacer whipped out an in-and-out burger between aid stations, like that would be muling. So just to clarify. So yeah, so there's been none of that. So yeah, and actually now we are getting view of Michael McKnight making his way up to Mingus Mountain, making his way up to that aid station up there. They are to the left of that car that is passing them on the way up. I believe the second person we see is probably going to be Hector Rodriguez, his pacer. Now they were hiking or walking in it up. Now they're getting a little pep in their step. And the feed will cut in and out for a second. We'll wait for it as we give you an update on Whiskey Row. Oh, sorry, from Mingus Mountain. No in and out on the Beast Coast. That is correct.
And then Lucas in the chat, or John Woods in the chat. Are there any runners with very little support? So there are a number of runners who are running with no crew. Yeah, and here we are taking a look at our second place overall runner right now, Michael McKnight, as he approaches the Mingus Mountain aid station. Again, Michael Versteeg, the race leader, left Mingus Mountain aid station at 8:37. So we'll definitely keep an eye on when Michael McKnight leaves and kind of see what that gap actually is. Now that they've both gone in and out of this aid station, and we'll continue to monitor that gap as the race continues to develop.
Yeah.
As we close in on this halfway point.
This is just, I am just so excited right now. We're not even halfway, which means we get to continue to watch this race unfold for quite some time. And we're going to go into Hector right now, who is with Michael McKnight. Hector, how's it going?
Yep. Good. We're turning into the aid station right now.
How's Michael feeling?
How you feeling, Mike? Hot. He's hot. He just dunked his head with the last of his water bottle. Just poured it all over himself. So it looks like we're going to be battling some heat again today.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to heat up, especially as runners dip down into the Versteeg Valley. For those of you listening, it will get hotter, and of course we've got that intense southwest sun. And here's that great drone footage. And now we're back on the follow cam. We are talking to Hector, and he is crewing and pacing for Michael McKnight as they make their way into the Mingus Mountain camp.
And this will be a good opportunity for, Michael to really take his time, make sure he gets his temperature under control, cool off before dipping down into the Versteeg Valley there. Is it pronounced Verdi or Verde?
Oh, Verde Valley.
Verde Valley.
Yeah. Yeah. And we want to give a shout out to the pretty much 1,000 people tuning in right now at 9:17, which means there are a lot of you, I'm assuming, at work on this Tuesday tuning in. And if you are watching footage from Mingus Mountain. We've got Michael McKnight in the reddish orange shirt and the white hat just over his pacer's shoulder. This footage courtesy of Hector Rodriguez. It looks like he's moving swiftly in there. And I'm just going to make this assumption. It looks like, as Hector would say, I think he's chopping wood. He's putting in the work.
They're definitely chopping the wood up there.
Yeah. And here we go. We got great drone footage now. This is Michael McKnight again coming in. And we've got confirmation from Hector that Michael McKnight has been, quote, chopping wood all night long, which means he's putting in the work and just grinding it out. This is just great. Great to watch, Matt.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, at this point in the race, after, you're closing in on halfway, but it was a very hard first half. He's still moving pretty swiftly. He did say it was a bit hot, so, I know that he'll be able to troubleshoot those issues. Again, there is no one in this race who has experience at running near the front of these big, long, ultra-endurance events like Michael McKnight. So if there's anyone who can figure out how to stay cool and all these little strategies to make sure they're not overheating, it's going to be Mr. McKnight here. So I'm super stoked to kind of see what the plan is, and I'm excited to see what the aid station food looks like for Mr. McKnight here.
Yeah.
I heard it was going to be a breakfast menu.
Yeah, we did hear from Hector that there was a request made for some
sausage and eggs,
outsourced breakfast, and it might have been of the likes of sausage and eggs. Yeah.
It sounds pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, and potentially there might be some biscuits and gravy in there. Who knows? That might be too much carb for the low carb runner. We continue to talk about what he's eating because his Instagram handle, Michael McKnight's Instagram handle, is the low carb runner, and
we were told that filet mignon would be on the menu at some point, but it's seeming like that might be in a Cocodona 250 after hours type of.
That could be the finish line meal. We don't know, but there's a lot of time to get that steak cooking. So we will see if he does bust out the filet mignon on this Cocodona 250 course. And again, you are looking at Michael McKnight in the middle of that pack of three, heading out from Mingus Mountain,
leaving the aid station.
He did not spend. He was leaving, or is he heading? Did I miss him stopping in there? Or is he coming into it now? Because if he is leaving, he did not spend much time at all in there. I thought I saw him stop with his team, just go do a quick refill. I didn't think he's trying to get down off the mountain. Whereas Michael Versteeg, who is at this point probably about 4 miles ahead, we'll get a confirmation on that. Michael Versteeg actually went in and, as we were talking about, he had his crew gave him an In-N-Out burger and he carried on his way without a pacer. So Versteeg is at mile 116 right now, whereas Michael McKnight is at 113. Yeah, so
and it looks like Michael McKnight is going to hit a crew vehicle.
Okay, yes,
of
this is
some
that spot
sort here. So we will we'll stay on top of this in terms of when he fully leaves this aid station, just so that we can get a little bit of an idea of what that gap is in terms of time. Because I think that's going to be critical as we move forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is around the spot where, again, Versteeg took a break, did a shirt change. He was actually
some In-N-Out?
He had some In-N-Out, but before that, he took a bite of that burger. He was actually quite talkative, given the fact that he's over 100 miles into the race. He sounded pretty good. He just admitted that he's not good in the heat, and the hottest part of the course is well behind him. Of course, that was the opening part of the race. He's still in his home territory right now. He's in the Verde Valley, so.
Yeah, I mean, he knows what he's about to get himself into as he drops down more towards kind of that valley floor.
Mm-hmm.
He understands it's going to be hot. He's going to take a dip in the river, keep himself cool, and do his best to just kind of keep things on track. I found it interesting that he said he doesn't do very well in the heat, but he was running a pretty hard pace early on yesterday, and it was hot.
It really, it was definitely cooking people as they climbed up the Bradshaws. And again, right now, we are looking at second place Michael McKnight, bib 19, with his crew at the crew vehicles at Mingus Mountain aid station. He is, you can't see him right now, but he is sitting in the chair in the red shirt.
With the white hat.
Yep, there you can see him now. You got eyes on him. That orangey red shirt. And of course, the guy in the red hat is Hector Rodriguez, who's been giving us great intel and some footage along the course since yesterday for a variety of runners. But now that he is in the pacing window, runners were not able to pick up a pacer until mile 71 at Camp Wamatochik last night. So we will continue to get updates on our second place. And Matt, who do we have coming up now in third place? Is it still looking like Dax Hawk?
It is still looking like Dax Hawk, and let's take a look at kind of where he is at on course as of right now. Let's get a little refresh here. Yeah, so it looks like he is at about mile 107, moving pretty decently. So he is just kind of rolling through that little canyon area that takes you to the wonderful Mingus Mountain climb.
Yeah.
So he's right in there, and then a little bit further back from him, about another 3 miles is Drew Fraze and Maggie Gutierrez. And those two runners are just approaching the Fane Ranch aid station. But yeah, Dax Hawk, super impressive. We saw him yesterday as he closed in on the Battle Flat aid station, having some stomach issues. He's troubleshooted the problem and made his way kind of back up into the top 3. Again, we still have a lot of running left, so yeah, I mean, we definitely have to keep our eye on that.
Absolutely. And we're going to try to get more footage like that. I can't wait for Hector to join again later. Obviously, he is busy helping out. That is priority. He's helping Michael McKnight. And we'll have a cam on him as he leaves. And of course, we have, when we find Jamil again, we do have his pacers on a camera. And I'm going to try to get Peter Mortimer's pacer with the camera, and the way we're doing this is because a lot of the people that volunteered are local runners out there, and they happen to be on the course, and that's how we're getting some of this amazing footage from the ground. And we're going to see if we can shuffle things around to get eyes on more of the chase pack throughout the day. So we might be able to get some footage of the people that are in and around the pace of Peter Mortimer later by the means of our friend up in Flag, Rory Moynihan. So we'll have updates for that as it happens. But right now we are still at Mingus Mountain, mile 114. And Mark Gensamer is checking in at his lunch break. Where is Jam Jam? Matt, hit us up with the exact update. We did see him leaving the Granite Dells probably about 25 minutes ago. And he said he wasn't feeling great, but he looked pretty smooth.
Yeah, so it's looking like he is around mile 90, so just a little bit outside the Dells right now, making his way towards Fane Ranch. And based on the live tracker here, it does look like he is starting to move pretty good again. So, Jamil, being as experienced as he is going to know what problems he needs to troubleshoot, and he will find solutions to all of his problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we are still at Mingus Mountain, looking at Michael McKnight. Our drone is giving you a great view of, again, more of that diversity. We're still up in these ponderosa pines. Looking down. And I think we are going to get a battery swap on the drone, so we're going to head over to George again at Whiskey Row back at mile 81. We are watching at some more runners come down soon. It looks like there's a crew van to the left. And runners from the rest of the pack, or all across the pack, are still coming through. And we're still well ahead of the cutoff time there. Runners actually they have, for Whiskey Row, they have until 5:45 p.m. tonight is the cutoff time at Whiskey Row. So runners have to leave by 5:45 p.m. and it is 9:28 a.m. local time in Prescott, Arizona. And yes, Rebecca in the chat is confirming that that I was wrong. It is the Verde Valley. Just like you would say it as color green. So I've been saying it wrong for 5 years.
All right.
A lot more to go, but yeah, so far
Easier than Badwater?
Yeah, it looks like. Hey, do we know what bib number?
Badwater's flat pavement, 130 degrees.
See if we can get.
Where are you from?
LA.
Yeah, we're gonna have to check out what's going on at the van over there. I did see a shout out to somebody said Topo Chico for the win. I think somebody's having a Topo Chico seltzer water. That does seem to be the favorite carbonated beverage out there on the course.
How do you feel about Topo Chico, Rob?
I think if you scrub through the footage of last night, you will see that I feel quite the same about it. That is a known fact here at Aravaipa, that I leave a case in the fridge for the week. Yeah, we do hear that. We do have to make sure that we are muting our feeds when video comes in. We are aware of that. That is something that does happen. We do play royalty-free music at our start and finish lines, but sometimes different feeds will come through, and we're trying to monitor that. So thank you to everybody in the chat that is looking at it as well. I'm trying to see there's a conversation in the chat. Okay, we're just saying that people that live in Cottonwood do say it Verde Valley, so you could say it both ways. So we are again looking at footage from Whiskey Row, mile 81. As we await more runners to come in. So yeah, Matt, It's still pretty early here for runners coming in at mile 81. What is? Can you look up what place? How many runners are still yet to reach Whiskey Row, mile 81 right now? So we're
too many to count.
Yeah,
is
we
the,
are.
Answer I'm going to give you here,
we are
Rob.
trying to. We have to count that one manually. There's probably a quicker way, but
and there are some runners who might be napping at Whiskey Row. I mean, James Benet has been at Whiskey Row for quite some time, so I'm not sure if he is having a little siesta or if he has removed himself from the rest of the week's adventure. So, this is another spot where you may see some drops if people just aren't having the days, because it's a more convenient spot to drop.
Yeah, and because you definitely, we actually discourage dropping from anywhere but aid stations. So.
Yeah, and I mean, and if you've been feeling really bad for the last 80 miles and you feel like your day is over, this is a place where you can find your crew and your loved ones and call it a day and enjoy the rest of your week, and you don't have to be stuck out at a remote aid station waiting. So.
Yeah, so we're going to bring it back to the studio here as we wait for the rest of our filmers to get their feeds up and running. We're going to have some views from the town of Cottonwood, and we are going to have some footage, more footage coming to you from the top of Mingus Mountain. But while we await that, I do want to queue up a pre-race interview from Michael McKnight. We can hear a little bit about that low-carb strategy, a little bit about the sleep strategy, and he is second place overall, and he is coming out of Mingus Mountain. We'll have some sights on him when he comes through. So
yeah, the biggest thing with my story is I broke my back 9 years ago. And I was put in a position where I legit didn't know what my physical activity would be like for the rest of my life. I thought I'd have a lot of limitations. I was fortunate enough to have a pretty miraculous recovery where I started running 3 weeks after my surgery, and my doctor said it would be at least a year. So that's a drastic recovery. And so when I broke my back too, there was somebody else at the same college I went to who broke her back 2 weeks later, and she was permanently paralyzed, and she was on the track team. And so just seeing how I was fortunate to be able to walk again, and how her injury was so much worse and she wasn't able to to start walking again. Like, I've always thought of that, and I've always thought that if I started living a life where I'm just like watching TV, not getting any physical activity, gaining some weight, that I'd be doing a pretty big disservice to my body for what it did when I broke my back, like the recovery that it went through and all that. So that's just kind of why I ultra run in general, just because I can. I'm not limited. And then I like the 200-mile distance specifically just because it's, you're getting a bigger bang for your buck. You get to cover double the distance that most people do. You get to see so much more. You get to experience so much more. It's almost impossible for you not to reach some really low moments. And those low moments are what I enjoy going through. Weirdly enough, I think we all enjoy it. That's why we do it. So I don't know, just the whole experience in general, 2+ days of running versus 5 hours of running. It's a lot funner. So the biggest thing that I do, I don't change a lot in terms of mileage for these kind of races. I generally stick to 2 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and then Saturday I'll usually do 4 to 6 hours, so nothing too out of the ordinary for an ultra runner. The thing that I do a little bit differently though, as the race gets closer, is I do a couple sleep deprivation trainings each month. And so that usually looks like going to bed at like 10 o'clock, setting my alarm for 1 o'clock, go for a 2 hour run, then go back to bed when I get home, wake up, and then go for another run. So doing a couple back-to-back runs with a little sleep. Or I'll just not go to sleep and go run 30 to 50 miles from like 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. and then go to work the next day and just try to function off a little sleep. So that's really the biggest thing that I do that's different. The cornerstone is just being consistent for the whole race. So when I did the Bigfoot 200 in 2019, I just watched about 10 runners take off at like mile 5 so it was like mile 7. We were running downhill. They started doing like 7:30 miles, which isn't crazy, but it was faster than I wanted to go that early in a 200-mile race. So I just let them take off. They got a good gap on me, and I didn't end up catching the leader till like mile 150. But I just kind of kept a consistent, steady flow for the entire race. And even though it was, 50 miles from the finish that I caught him, I think I finished roughly 3 hours ahead of him. So that was kind of like the eye opener for me that like it's super important for these 200-mile races to not go at like your 100-mile pace. Just dial it back a little bit and keep a consistent flow to the very end. I will say that sleep's important though. I think I could go a lot quicker if I could figure the sleep part out, because that's something I'm not good at. I usually lay down and try to sleep and my mind just starts wandering and I can't fall asleep. So I usually sleep maybe 5 or 10 minutes at the most at these races. I do think I could do a lot better though if I could like maybe get an hour in on that second night. With 100-mile races, I could go day 1 and night 1 and not have any issues, because that's a 100-mile race. And then once day 2 starts, the sun's up, my adrenaline's going again, my mind wakes up. But that second night is when I usually start to get like super delusional and I even start to hallucinate. So it's usually night 2 that I end up taking a 5 or 10 minute cat nap on the side of the trail. And with the help of a little bit of caffeine, that seems to help me get to the finish. So I do the low carb approach, low carb, high fat. And, that's something that I started back in 2017. And I've noticed a major difference in performance since doing that. I know there's a lot of mixed ideology out there about this approach to eating. From what I've studied though, the 200-mile distance, it does make a lot more sense to do this style of eating versus like, the 50K distance or the 50-mile distance. We're going for such a long time and at like a slower intensity that, having a sufficient fat storage for energy, it makes sense in my mind. So that's what I do. And then during the actual race, I'll still eat carbs, but I just don't do as much. I do a lot of fruits. I'll have my crew, they'll have smoothies for me. They'll have a lot of fruit-based things. And then I just generally try to avoid gluten to help combat inflammation during the race.
And there you heard it from the man himself, Michael McKnight. He did clarify for us that during the race he will eat carbs, just not as much. So I think that clears it up. And it looks like that is Michael McKnight leaving the aid station. Looks like
That is
somewhat
correct.
recently, as far as the drone being able to still pick him up. So he's probably left within the last 5 minutes or so, I would imagine. So he's roughly about an hour behind Michael Versteeg, who left the aid station at about 8:37 a.m. Arizona time here. Michael McKnight, our second-place runner, leaving the aid station. Right now it's 9:41. He probably left the aid station a few minutes ago, so I'll give it 9:37, but we don't know the exact time. So roughly an hour time difference between the top 2 runners right now, and so that will definitely be something to monitor as we get updates from the aid stations moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious what the condition of our third place runner, Dax, is going to be once we can get eyes on him. I am the burning question I have for him or his crew is what happened on the way to Battle Flat that did cause, to have that, to throw up a bit on the trail. It wasn't an electrolyte issue because and what he did to mitigate it, because when we saw him last night at the Cocodona campfire around Camp Kippa, as we saw a lot of athletes come and hang out and warm up before they headed back out on the course, he did come in looking pretty smooth at that point. So it just shows you how much things can change. And now back on Mingus Mountain, Michael McKnight is now picking up the pace. And he's now got a shuffle going as he makes his way to the next spot on the course. So we will continue to give you updates as we get it. We're going to have filmers moving around on the course now. We will continue to have a feed at Mingus Mountain for a while. We're going to keep Tony Hill up at Mingus Mountain for quite some time because of the fact that a lot of the lead pack is really spread out. And look at this beautiful scenery coming at you from Tony Hill at Mingus, Ponderosa Pines. I believe if he is flying south, I believe that might be Prescott in the background, kind of near that Salomon logo. And yet, I believe that is the Prescott Valley we're looking at. Yes, in Fain Ranch, Prescott Valley area. Thank you for the tilt up on that, Tony. Yeah, you can see it's just that flat section in between the mountain ranges there. See, that's where the Bradshaws end on the horizon, and then we are now in the Black Hills where the Mingus Mountain is, and I believe that's Granite Mountain on the horizon. If you look now about. Yes, exactly. If you're looking at that view right there, you've got Granite Mountain on the right, closer to the right-hand side on the Horizon Mountain Range. That is the Bradshaw Mountains. So then it dips down to that flat section is Prescott Valley. That's where they'll go through the Iron King and Fain Ranch sections of this course.
And so just to jump in here real quick, Rob, while we have this view, Fain Ranch at one point made up the entire valley floor there.
Really?
Yeah, like now that you can put that into perspective, think of how big of a cattle ranch that was.
Well, I mean, cattle ranching is a huge part of the history of Arizona. It is one of the 5 C's of Arizona: cattle, citrus, cotton, copper, and the 5th C, climate. That was the 5th C, climate. The 5 C's. We're just going to give you these Arizona fun facts all day because we are both transplants to this great Grand Canyon state, and we are here for a reason because we love it, and we have the great privilege of watching this course that celebrates the geographical diversity of Arizona. So yeah, the 5 C's are the 5 words that start with the C that make Arizona so special, and we're usually a driving part of its economy, cattle being one of them. And, yeah, thanks for that fun fact.
You're welcome. I know that I had stated it earlier in the broadcast, but I think as you can see how vast that valley is, the fact that, a ranching operation at one point made up almost that entire valley floor is pretty amazing.
And again, for those of you tuning in, this is a great view. We walked you through it earlier. If you look on the top of the horizon line right there to the center left on the horizon line, those bigger peaks, those are the Cachita Peaks, the San Francisco Peaks, the highest one being Humphreys Peak at 12,633 feet. Used to be a stratovolcano. Actually was closer to like 16,000 feet before it blew its top. And if you follow that, now at the center of your screen, if you follow down the San Francisco peaks, you follow that line and go down, there's a kind of a smaller little bump. That is Mount Eldon. That is where the runners are heading to, which will be the 10 miles out from the finish. We'll see that probably tomorrow. And then now if you move your eyes over to the left side of the screen, you can see a little bit of the red-hued rock. That is Sedona, and that is, of course, around mile 165 on the course, and the runners are hopefully going to go there by this afternoon.
Yeah, so you will actually start hitting some of that red rock trail, so the red dirt trail. You'll actually start hitting that closer to Deer Pass at mile 145, yep. And then basically you're going to take a trail, and the name the Lime Kiln Trail, basically from Deer Pass into Sedona, which is at mile 161. So those main red rock formations you see off in the distance are probably closer to mile 161, but you will start to hit some of the red dirt trails closer to mile 145 at Deer Pass.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, if those of you who have never been to Sedona, it is certainly an amazing place to go. It has incredible hiking, and it is pretty big for its tourism because for the hiking, it has a big draw to the spiritual community. A lot of people do yoga retreats, meditation retreats out there. It is a very blissful place. There's the 4 different vortex locations. And a lot of the named rock formations, one of them being Coffee Pot Rock, which, fun fact, is part of the, if you look on the Cocodona 250 logo on the top left of your screen, the red rock that's to the left of the Blue River on that logo, that is supposed to be the Sedona section. So that's where they're heading. That's kind of the Coffee Pot Rock or Cathedral Rock area. Rock formation in Sedona. But again, yeah, we're now looking at Mingus Mountain, and again, that is Granite Mountain way in the distance, the part of the edge of the kind of just off from the Bradshaws, and yeah, I can't help but just be so fortunate to live here in this great state of Arizona. It's making me fall in love. This course is single-handedly making me re-fall in love with Arizona again and again.
Yeah, well, Chris Worden in the chat saying, they need to add a 6th C, Cocodona.
They do. But I also did see, it might be a 7th C, because I don't think one of the C's is cactus.
Yeah, but...
You know what? It's cactus doesn't drive the economy in the...
not so like Cocodona.
But Cocodona could. So I think Cocodona might be... That is you know what? We're going to actually clap that out for... Chris Worden, that is a great point. Potentially the 6th C of the Arizona 5 Cs, it could be Cocodona. So,
I'm sure that the fine folks at the Crown King Saloon are happy with the business we helped drive to their great establishment yesterday during the race.
Yeah. And I think that Tony's probably going to do a battery change out here. So we're going to come back to us in the studio and let that battery switch happen. Again, he's got the system down to a key, got it dialed, I should say. He was one of our drone ops out at Black Canyon. So, because again, those drone batteries in those DJI drones, they last maybe about 30 minutes again in ideal conditions. So he's got it timed out. So about every 20 minutes or so, he wants to give himself enough headroom so the battery doesn't die. And then he's out there trying to use the Find My Drone feature, which has happened to us during, happened to Dylan and I when we were filming Jubilee's Black Canyon documentary. The drone went down on the Black Canyon Trail, but we were able to pinpoint it. And, well, I should say Dylan did some bushwhacking to find his drone. So we like to avoid that happening. So with the 30 minutes of battery, we really only have about 25 minutes of flight time if you want to give ourselves enough time for the drone to come back. So, so we're swapping out multiple batteries there. Kind of have to I'm just giving you an insight for all the different logistics that it takes. Because now we're like, well, if you have 6 drone batteries and you have a charger that can only fit 4 in it, you have to have your generator plugged in. You have to have them. You have a certain charger that only charges them in line, which he may or may not. But sometimes you have to have them in the right order on the charger. It's kind of like an algebra problem out there.
Hashtag MathGate.
Hashtag MathGate. So we are, again, if you're just tuning in, we are live from the Steep Life Media Studios in Phoenix, Arizona at Aravaipa Running headquarters. I am Riccardo, and alongside Matt Feldhake. I'm the marketing director here at Aravaipa. Matt is the virtual race director. So we've been immersed in many ways in all things Cocodona. So it's really excited. Actually, we're going to go to the drone feed real quick. This is exactly the setup that we were talking about. He's got the battery operation. Tony is a pro. He's got it dialed. So this is how he's charging all of his batteries, and then he's got to swap them out.
So long as they're not overheating. So the ones I just flew with are too warm to fly with. So I got to let those cool down before I take off again. So that's another issue in there.
I didn't even factor that in. And Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, the drone battery is on the top of the drone too. So not only is it overheating from the power draw of using the device, but the sun is beating on the top of it, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got the whole setup here. We got the Verizon hotspot hanging up here to get our best spot. There's the Aravaipa computer. Over here's my little battery bank. And the issue I had earlier when I cut out was that I actually don't have a 12-volt charger for the controller. I thought I didn't. Turns out this thing puts out 12 volts. So we're good. Since you guys are talking technical, I was like, I'll give you guys some visuals.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm for our viewers that the batteries is a big part of the logistics to get a drone in the air. So thank you for that update, Tony. And when you get the bird in the sky, we will bring the view back. So thanks so much.
Sounds good.
And then we got Ben Mead in the chat here. Rob and Matt, you guys are awesome. Great job. Well, Ben Mead, I want to tell you that you are awesome, and thank you so much for tuning in. We're just enjoying ourselves here, following the race along with the race, just like you all are, trying to maintain our caffeine levels so that we can continue to provide you with wonderful commentary and shenanigans.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I'm just gonna say this is a ton of fun. It was a lot of work to get the race off the ground, from everything from the course to the aid station. So everybody at Aravaipa is put in so much work across the board with all the logistics for this race, and I think we all are just so excited that it's happening. We're in the middle of it. Technically not even in the middle of it, because we're still waiting our leader to get through mile 125.
Yeah,
which would be the halfway point. So yeah, it's just it's here. The time is upon us. So once we have more video feeds, we will bring that up. But right now, let's give a live, not a live look, but a look at the live tracker. And we'll see how Dax Hawk is doing. I believe that's him at bib 17. Yeah. So bib 17. Dax Hawk moving well at 108 miles. So he's still about he's 4.8, just under 5 miles away from Mingus. So the top three are probably separated by about 10K each.
Yeah, and I think there's probably about an hour gap between Versteeg and McKnight, and then there may be about another hour gap between McKnight and Mr. Dax Hawk.
That is true. So yeah, Versteeg is making his way down Mingus Mountain. The trail is going to snake around. It's going to take him into Jerome at the aid station at Jerome State Historic Park, and we won't be able to have we won't have any eyes on him again until he hits Cottonwood area. So
down near the Verde River.
Down near the Verde.
I wonder if we'll be able to get any footage of Versteeg
taking a dip in the
taking a
Verdi.
dip.
You know, it depends on where he's at. I will have a filmer out there, or say we won't have a drone out there, and I'll explain why. Because this area right here, see if I can get it to come up, just where it says Clarkdale, just above that is the Tuzigoot National Monument. So you are restricted from flying a drone there, and we of course are going to respect all of the local and all of the
Yeah, and it
restrictions,
looks
the
like
federal
he
restrictions,
crossed
of course.
right over there by Clarkdale, so
Yeah.
we might not have eyes on him.
Absolutely, and our drone pilots they're both Part 107 license, FAA license from Part 107. So they are pros, and they know all of those restrictions. Again, we're just giving you an inside look at some more of the logistics that you have to look out for. You know, when you're putting on races, again, it goes beyond the live stream. Again, I want to give a shout out to I want to give a shout out to Patty Curry and all of the aid station, the events crew that have helped put on all the aid station, organize all the food, because there are, I believe, 26 total aid stations. 21 total aid stations along the course. That is more than double of what you usually see. Again, but this race is more than double of what you usually see.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a big undertaking. So shout out to the Aravaipa events crew for making all of that happen. You know, we do everything on site here at our headquarters, and we saw there's bins and bins and bins of various aid station foods. You know, from the Chex Mix to the potato soup ingredients, and of course fruit and lots of different sodas. No
Yeah,
filet mignons,
definitely. Huge shout out to Mama Curry and her team for doing all that they can to make sure the runners are fed and taken care of at these aid stations.
Absolutely. We're going to, speaking of the aid station, we're going to bring it over to Whiskey Row again. We're going to take a look at George's feed here at Whiskey. He is looking at an aid station that is supported by the Prescott area trail runners, so shout out to them for really maintaining a great trail out there. We've got some of the Cocodona crew out there with their shirts on. Looks like a good patio area, good place to chill. And again, if you were watching late last night, this is the spot where Michael Versteeg came in the lead, and we had our documentary crew out there. That looks like Scott Rokas walking off your screen. I'm going to check in with him. Maybe we can get an update with him about what he's been seeing through the lens. He's one of the 3 photographers we have out there, so I'll try to get in touch with Scott a little later. We'll get an update on what he's been seeing through the lens, and maybe some magical moments that he's been catching. Him, Howie Stern, and Eliza Earle. Be sure to go to the Aravaipa Running and Cocodona 250 Instagram pages for updates on the latest photos, the stills captured from the race. I'll see if I could pull some of those up, actually, and we'll be able to show you what I mean for some of these great candid shots that we are capturing, or our team is capturing on course. But right now we are at Whiskey Row. And mile 81, awaiting more runners to come through. Again, their crew vehicles are waiting out here right on the iconic Whiskey Row. Some of them have the sweet van set up out there. That's got to be a clutch mobile aid station. And yes, here is the view of some of the great photos that our team out there is getting. For example, look at this photo of Maggie Gutierrez. This one was taken by Scott Rokas himself. You could follow him at Scott Rokas Photo right there. And then we've got some stuff. This one's from Howie Stern. Is this Dawn? Yeah, I think this is Dawn Greenwalt. Looks like she was enjoying some watermelon. Big thumbs up from her right there. You know, and there's Maggie. This must be the watermelon section. I believe that's Sarah O. And there he is, Whiskey Man himself. This is scenes, I believe, from Crown King from yesterday. Again, Howie Stern on the photos there. Yeah, look at that. That's just classic. So we're going to get an update from Scott Rokas at some point. I will phone him in to get an update. We'll get him on the feed. But, yeah, these are some of the great photography. Again, you can go follow along at Cocodona 250 on Instagram. And be sure to share. If you were watching the live stream, please share it to your Instagram story, your Facebook, your Twitter, whatever you're watching. Use the hashtag Cocodona250. Right there on your screen, you'll see it. And you can follow us at Aravaipa Running and at Cocodona250. There'll be updates on both accounts, but we'll be doing most of the updates on the Cocodona250 Instagram. So, again, shout out. And I'm going to pull up this photo right here. An amazing shot. This one's actually an aerial from this morning from Tony of the Hills. We had him up there for sunrise, but of course the runners were still even further off pace, so we weren't able to grab any runners up there. But these are some shots from Tony of the Hills in the Mingus Mountain area. So yeah, you can see more of these still photos coming in from our team at Cocodona250 on Instagram, and of course you can use the hashtag Cocodona250. We'll see what other people are posting throughout there. We have lots of stuff from the course, and there's Jam himself. The most recent stuff, though. Oh, there he is. Here's Hector. This is Hector and Michael McKnight. We saw them before. The low-carb runner. This is the handle we keep referencing, actually.
He has clarified that during races he plans to eat carbs, just not as much.
It makes sense. It's like rocket fuel. But, you know, he's properly using the steak and eggs emojis in his bio right there. So, yeah, I'll give a follow along to the low-carb runner, just like that. And you'll follow Michael McKnight because he is our race, he is second place right behind our race leader. So, having said that, we are going to tune back in to George on just lost the feed as we were going to bring in George at Whiskey Row, but we will bring him back when he gets on, and we'll get some more drones in the sky soon enough. But we are still a while away before Dax Hawk, our third place overall, joins his crew up on Mingus. So right now we're going to keep you at Whiskey Row, mile 81. And it is 10:05 a.m. here in Arizona. The majority of Arizona, at least, because Arizona does not change their clocks. That's why I keep referring it to as Arizona time.
You know, we just live in a different world out here in the southwestern state of Arizona.
Yeah, we really. It's nice. You don't have to ever change your watch. But if you have any family outside of Arizona, like pretty much everybody probably knows at least somebody, family and friends outside of the state, you constantly have to go back and forth between being 2 hours ahead and 3 hours ahead or behind. Exactly right. Anthony, our TD in the studio here did clarify what I was saying before about most of Arizona. Navajo County does change their clocks on time zone. I believe they are on Mountain Standard Time, and they go back between Mountain Standard and Mountain Daylight, where we stay on Mountain Standard perpetually, which is basically like saying we're on Pacific right now. So, for clarification there, I know I did see some questions for what time zone are you in for the times of the schedule that we're showing. And we will be putting out an updated schedule on our Instagram later today. We are just trying to get a better read on when we will be ending Stream 1 and starting Stream 2. Again, if you're watching, we are still hours away from that, but we will have to stop the feed when we hit the 8-hour mark to make sure that our friends on Facebook don't lose the feed. Facebook has an 8-hour time limit for live streaming, so that's where we will be restarting the feed this afternoon. So updates to come on that. Our social media manager I'll be feeding her that information soon.
Chris Worden with another fun fact The Whiskey Row aid station is in the place of a bar that burned down 9 years ago this week, May 8th, 2012.
Wow, I did not know that.
No, that's what Chris is here for, you know?
That is another Arizona fun fact.
Yeah, we're bringing out all the stops today on what I would consider is moving day. If anyone follows, the Masters or the PGA Tour, Saturday is typically moving day, where golfers get into position so that Sunday they can have a big finish.
Is that what that text you sent me meant this morning? Did you say moving day?
You're dang
I
right.
had no idea.
You thought I was moving.
I was like, I think he sent the wrong text.
Nope, it's moving day.
We get
here
pretty.
in the
Oh, this is
Cocodona
actually
250.
great right here. We have these asphalt stickers for trail markers, for course marking rather, when it's not on the trail. These amazing asphalt stickers that is the Cocodona logo. We're gonna try to I'm gonna unmute George a bit. I keep muting him because there is a lot of music playing in the background. So we'll see if we can see if he's trying to talk to us or not. But yeah, that is the Cocodona 250 logo, and it's almost pointing to the other logo on the screen there. So yeah, that's letting them know that we got a Cocodona 250 crew vehicle. Those are the official passes that we give out to the crew vehicles. Yeah, our race director Steven Adderholt really has got everything dialed here.
There we go.
Look at that. That's got. I'm going to imagine, since it's got the date on there, that's a keepsake. I'm going to make that assumption. So that's a nice little piece of memorabilia for crew.
Yeah, I mean, depending how beat up and dirty it gets when this van has to make its way into Sedona.
Yeah, got a crew vehicle there.
I love it.
It's a dirty van, but it's a lot of driving on those dirt roads. But having a van like that is definitely a nice option for the runner.
Would you call it dirty? I would say that van has character.
Oh, 100% agree. Not dirty. It's that Arizona dust. Yeah. Which will that tan dust is going to turn to a red rock dust later today as the runners make their way towards Sedona. But right now we are looking at the quiet aid station set up Whiskey Row. Not much going on there now because, again, the runners are just so spread out at this point. It's amazing what that climb and the night did to the grouping on this course. So let's go over to the chat and see what's going on. Yes, shout out. Can we actually check in on Bib 113? I believe that's Noel Kingston. Prescott local.
That is
Aravaipa family member. Can we get an update? How's he looking out there?
He is at about mile 79, so he's going to be rolling into Whiskey Row.
This is perfect. We're gonna
not too
get.
long.
Oh, and we do have a clarification from Kate Lyon or Kate Leon. Sorry, apologize if I say your name wrong in the Facebook chat. She is right. I did misspeak. I misspoke. It's the Navajo Nation that observes daylight savings, which is not the same as Navajo County. You're absolutely right on that. Thank you for that clarification. Oh, Chris is saying the dusty cars, or the dirt on the cars, is the Arizona paint job. Oh, we've got some pickles and bourbon and peanut butter and jelly at the. Is the Jim Beam an aid station offering, or did someone just place that there?
Oh man.
And again, we have no audio there just because there is music playing. So because of royalty restrictions, we just want to make sure that we don't get our feed deleted.
Taken down.
Yeah.
We want to be here for you all.
It also will cause a little bit of a feedback loop. So at the very least, we are giving you some visuals of what's going down. And shout out, I see some Hoppy Trails goo right there. We actually have some here. I've sampled it live on the air last night. It's quite quite a good one right here, the Hoppy Trails. Shout out to Goo. They are one of the sponsors of the Cocodona 250. I will probably partake in this later. I did have several Goos, and I think that was more of a – sorry, my chair keeps wheeling over into your zone. I would say that they were probably the main reason that I got through the latter half of the coverage. The early morning was the coffee. But
how was your stomach feeling after that? Did you get any sort of GI distress?
I was great. I had no GI issues. I didn't even need to do any trail puke or anything like that. It was
there you have it.
It was honestly great. It was good fuel because if I had an Instagram handle, I mean I do, but if I had one that was branded like Michael McKnight, mine would definitely be the opposite. It would be high carb.
Yeah, I could see that.
So it sat really well, and it was good to keep it going on the stream. So we did have the option of pizza and everything, but I want, if the runners are out there with aid station mine, I'm keeping it too. So
yeah, so shout out to our friends over at Goo for providing not only an energy gel that you can use to fuel your runs, but that you can use to fuel your live streams.
Yeah, fuel your life
if you need that. Yeah, just fuel your life with some Hoppy Trails from Goo.
Absolutely. So Chris Wallace is saying this makes me want to come to Arizona and run. That is the best we can
Chris
hope.
Wallace on Facebook. That's actually my boy from Atlanta,
it looks
Georgia.
Like, are they trying to say that this is bib 55? We don't have audio at this feed. Let's see if we can. Let's just test out if there's any music. I mean, it might be actually on their end now. Anthony, is that correct? Is the audio issue on our filmer's end? Okay, so we won't be able to have audio right now, but nonetheless, we are looking at another runner at mile 81 aid station. Again, refilling his bottles in his pack. He's putting those Salomon flasks in his advanced skin pack, which is a wise option out here. It really does hold well on that course for those of you that has experience using that pack. So shout out to Salomon.
To the pack as well.
Keeps
all your gear nice and tight to
the
the
back. The new one is definitely like, as you can imagine, but it's the best iteration of it. It's my favorite iteration of it. It's got like the thinner straps right there on his chest. Yeah, it's a good one. So shout out to our presenting sponsor, Salomon. We did see when Versteeg was running into Whiskey Row last night. We did have eyes on his shoes, and they were Salomon S-Lab Senses because they looked like this, and only one shoe has that white with the diagonal back, and the Salomon S-Lab Sense, that was a wise choice. It's a light shoe, so I'm not sure what model he used, but a lot of you have been asking what shoe choice people have had, and that has definitely been a popular one. The S-Lab Sense. So definitely one of my favorites, if you could tell, because that one just came directly off my foot to show you. So again, breaking down that fourth wall. If we have any questions from the community, where's the jam cam we're getting? We joined the jam cam earlier. He is now in a section that does not have great service, so we will have his pacer rejoin once he does. Akiko is saying, can you say hi from Akiko? We're going to see which runner. Is there a live feed at Iron Mountain? Does that mean Iron King? We do not have a live feed at Iron King currently. Our next feeds, we've got a live feed at Whiskey Row, of course. We will have more at Mingus Mountain. We'll have some in Cottonwood, Dead Horse Ranch State Park, around the Deer Pass area, and into Sedona as the day unfolds. Because I think as far as the daylight footage goes, I think our day will probably wrap up in Sedona because they are about 5 or 6 hours off of that 60-hour split. Okay. Yeah, so that was... you were talking about a soft house. Yes. So let's see now. Was that Billy Yang?
I also thought that we might have had a
Do
Billy
we have a
Yang
Billy Yang sighting out
in
there?
In a nice white cutoff shirt.
Oh, he's going for the cutoffs. Is that Dakota? No. Sorry. Thought it was Dakota Jones making a cameo on Whiskey Row right there.
No, but if that is Billy going with the no sleeves, you can see sun's out, guns out.
That's the way to roll. It is a beautiful bluebird day. I think we are trying to get some audio, but nothing coming through here. At Iron King. Sorry, not at Iron King. I was reading a comment at Whiskey Row, but we'll have George rejoin the feed in a little bit. Maybe we can get that audio source worked out. In the meantime, I think I'm going to take a look. Actually, there was and yes, Billy Yang is definitely here. We did talk to him briefly yesterday at Crown King, mile 37. He said he is mostly crewing somebody out there, which is some intel we got before the race started. So we'll try to check in with Billy later. But right now we are looking at the courthouse on Whiskey Row in Prescott. We're going to bring up the studio view while we reset our cams. And maybe we talk to some crews. So, George, if you can hear us out there, just reset your feed and we will bring you right back in. That usually is the way to troubleshoot the audio.
And it looks like just based on the last kind of update from the spot tracker, which was about 4 minutes ago, it looks like Dax Hawk is beginning his climb up to Mingus Mountain. So he is now starting to climb up. He's got around 3 or 4 miles of kind of climbing. It's pretty steep at the bottom, then it eases off a little bit, and then he will be up at the Mingus Mountain aid station. So we'll then have our third place runner coming in. It's looking like he's going to be probably closer to an hour and 15 minutes or so. Maybe even a little more behind Michael McKnight.
Yeah. And we're going to try to get that feed reset, too, because we are getting some intel from the chat. Jin Yang says, Billy's friend is coming into Whiskey Row in a few minutes. Jin, can you confirm who Billy is crewing for? Can you give us either a bib number or a name? Because I was trying to confirm that yesterday. Our feed in Crown King was just a little shaky. The internet service out there was kind of cut out when we were talking to Billy. Okay, there we go. Bib 110. Soon Chul Choi, bib number 110. Oh, and shout out to him, shout out to bib 110, a proud Navy veteran, coming in shortly. And we're also awaiting Noel to arrive at Whiskey Row.
Yeah, so it looks like Soon Chul Choi is at about mile 80, so he is probably making that kind of road descent down into Prescott and Whiskey Row, I would imagine. He's at about mile 79.5, so he is probably starting to roll down into Prescott there. And then the last ping update on the spot trackers has Michael Versteeg at mile 121.7, which means he's slowly closing in on the Verde River.
21.7. So he should be coming in to Dead Horse Ranch. Oh, he's still got some time before he's not even into Jerome yet. So
no, but
we will not have eyes on him until Cottonwood later, because we are respecting any restrictions we have with filming. So we are going to go to Cottonwood later in the day. And, you know, I'm excited for some of the check-ins that we're going to be getting later today. We're going to try to get Peter Mortimer's pacer, Rory Moynihan, out there as long as the timing works out. Because, again, the runners are taking a lot longer. I make it sound like they're running slow. The course has proven to be very challenging. So our splits were aggressive.
Yeah, I think that the course is being shown to be harder than what was initially expected.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew the course was hard, but I don't think we knew that the first 35 miles was going to be this hard, and it was going to, leave such an impact on the race, having people drop who are experienced in these types of events.
Absolutely. And Seatown fan is saying, what mile is Cottonwood? So Cottonwood is around mile 135, a little before, because Dead Horse Ranch State Park, which is just northeast outside of downtown Cottonwood, is 135. So it's around that 135 mark, give or take, with a little less. Chris Worden, thank you. You two are dope. Appreciate you guys. We're just a couple of ultra geeks. We work here at Aravaipa, and we are super stoked to be bringing this coverage to you. So it's a team effort here, and yeah. This is a great question actually coming internally from the studio. Anthony Esposito, who is put together this amazing graphics package, is making sure everything's running smoothly behind scenes here, is asking me, he's saying he's curious if Versteeg, I'm curious for what you think about this. If Michael Versteeg sleeps, which he said he's going to take a dip in the Verde River, and then he's going to sleep for a couple hours. He said 2 or 3 hours, I thought, to beat the heat of the day. So if he does that, the question is Michael McKnight going to be able to close that gap and surpass him?
If Michael Versteeg sleeps for 2 hours, Michael McKnight will certainly pass him. The question then becomes, does he then pass Michael McKnight back once he gets rolling again? Michael McKnight will, I imagine, will need to sleep again.
They could be leapfrogging on the course.
Yeah, and I wonder how this strategy will play out, because the reason behind Versteeg's thinking here is he doesn't do well in the heat, so he wants to try and sleep in the part where he feels he will be moving the slowest. And so he's going to try and get some rest during the hotter sections where he feels he won't do quite as well, and then he will get rolling as it starts to cool off a little bit, where he's going to be able to run a little bit quicker. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, and hopefully when they cross the kind of the next checkpoint, we can get an update. Maybe when they hit the Jerome aid station, we can get an update in terms of what time they come into that aid station, just based off of our tracker.
Oh wait, this is a yes. So TJ Gardner, Aravaipa's own, works in Aravaipa Artworks and works on a lot of the amazing finisher awards here. TJ is asking, was he pacing Joshua Locke?
And you'll have him from Cinder Pit to Walnut Canyon?
Yeah, so that'll be probably more of tomorrow. So we'll definitely set it up so while he is crewing for him, we'll be able to get some Josh Locke cam, which is great. We'll get some eyes on some runners out there that are running with and around him. So that'll be cool. We'll also be bringing you some more footage of Jamil later today. And potentially a check-in from Skizzle Fresh himself. He is Arizona bound. Skylar Hall of Mountain Outpost fame.
You know what the real question is? Is Skylar going to come and make an appearance on this live stream before he goes and paces?
In the flesh?
In the flesh. Before he goes and paces the one and only Jam Jam, who is moving probably slower than expected.
Right. So Skylar might have some time to hang out
because
in the studio.
I think that Skylar is not planning to pick him up until Deer Pass or Sedona, which Jamil has quite a bit of time before he will be at that point.
Right.
So,
That is
you
true.
know, that is the question is, will Skylar come and grace us with his presence? Because let's just keep it 100, as the kids like to say. If Jamil and Skylar weren't participating in this race, they would be in these seats. We're the backup squad.
Got to keep it
We're the
100.
bench warmers. We come in off the bench to relieve the starters so they can get a little bit of rest. So, you know, that's the $1 million question is, will Skylar grace us with his presence before heading out on course?
I believe he did allude to it being a possibility.
I mean, can we just refer to this as Skylar Gate? Like, is that okay? Or Skizzlegate. Maybe Skizzlegate is a little
potentially. I'm just reading some. Oh yes, C-Town Fen, is the Grace going to have a documentary? Yes. So we've been trying to give you updates throughout. Our documentary team is out there, led by Dylan Harris, Jake Van Heel, Allie McLaughlin, and of course Derek Lytle. The four of them are out there capturing the footage from a documentary, and or for a documentary rather. We checked in as well. We are gonna. Actually, if you want to get a vibe of what that documentary could look like, we actually did make a mini-series called Cocodona Origins, split up into 5 episodes, breaking up this Cocodona course into 5 sections. Because back in 2019, Jamil Curry and Anthony Culpepper went on a scouting mission 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago to the day. They left May 6th, 2019, I remember, on the course because they wanted to see what the route was going to look like and feel like in early May. So in 2019, Derek Lytle was out there, and Jubilee was out there as well, and Noah Darty and Scout were out there, and Versteeg makes an appearance. That's right, Michael Versteeg, Whiskey Man himself, makes an appearance. So it's a great little mini series to go to watch. We will be playing some episodes from that when we have a lull, but you know what we're realizing is there really isn't a lull in a 250-mile race. There's plenty to cover, plenty to talk about, and as long as we've got some footage out there to increase the context and perspective for the viewers, we're going to keep the camera feeds rolling. But you guys, anytime, can check out the Cocodona Origins mini-doc series on the Run Steep, Get High YouTube channel. Breaking news update, Skylar Hall might be delivering some coffee, so maybe we will be seeing from him much sooner than we expect.
I mean, Skylar, I just want to point this out. As someone who you did the Black Canyon live stream, you know what it's like to be in our shoes. So just to answer your question, we were on air starting at 4 a.m. yesterday morning, went until about 1 a.m. almost, and have been back on air at 6 a.m. today. So I don't think that we would ever turn down coffee at this point in our foray of this broadcasting adventure.
Honestly, coffee and goose that's what's in my drop bag. So and maybe Skylar, if he wants to bring in a drop bag, we could do a drop bag challenge live on air, and be a proxy for Jamil, because I don't know that Jamil is going to want to do a drop bag challenge in the middle of Cocodona. But then again, I feel like Skylar can talk him into that. But we'll see. We'll see how that unfolds as he picks him up. We do have a question from Philip about where is Peter Mortimer. Let's get a read on Pete. Peter is at 106.3.
And speaking of coffee real quick, I'm going to hit a refill.
Are you going to go for the refill? I'm
at
at that
Skylar
point.
Does not seem too keen on a live drop bag challenge right now.
Yeah, it was more of I was just thinking out loud, Skylar. But that that's a great idea. So we don't know either way. I'm getting word that I did not know from Max Long that the cold brew flavored goo is the best. My current favorite is French toast. I'm gonna see if we've got a cold brew one back here. I'll check later. We do have some more of goos on the shelves with the Gooders. We got the Gnarly Nutrition Nut there. We've got Squirrel's Nut Butter, and of course Salomon shoes in the background, because those are our sponsors. And our Kogala Light, which had to be borrowed for on course. A shout out to Kogala Light as well. And actually no, our Kogala Light will be making an appearance very shortly. Amazing. We really do have great sponsors. Supporting the team here, supporting the coverage. and supporting the entire race. All right, little update. Peter just left Fane Ranch a little bit ago. Thanks to Hortelli for that. Yeah, so, and again, there was a question about Iron King is more suburban. It is very accessible, but the reason why we don't have a camera out there is mainly because Iron King was supposed to be an overnight stop based on those splits, and we knew pretty quickly. Well, we had to wait to make sure Versteeg didn't close in the gap, and then we would have just been back on pace. So we did have to swap some runners around, but we weren't able to get anybody out at Iron King. But we do have people at Whiskey Row, so we're going to bring in Whiskey Row right now. So you are looking at a live look at mile 81 in Whiskey Row. And George, if you're out there, you can press that unmute button, and we can get some natural sound out there. There we go. We hear the cowbells. We've got runners coming in. We'll try to get a bib number on them. We got a few now.
It says Noel.
Oh, it's Noel. We've got Noel Kingston coming in, bib 113. Aravaipa family member here.
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah.
How's it right?
Love the signs, man.
There, he looks like he's in great spirits.
He does. And as Chris Worden continues to point out, he's just a few miles from his house right now.
That's got to feel tempting.
That's got to feel very tempting, especially
Take
if
a
you
proper
need a nap.
snooze.
Of course, yeah, all of you, yes.
But no, shout out to Noel, absolutely crushing it. And again, I want to reiterate, everyone who towed the starting line in this event is truly incredible. I mean, this is an insane undertaking to even think about starting. So
it really is.
You know, it doesn't matter if you're running near the front of the pack or near the back. Just to have started this event is absolutely insane. So shout out to everyone who towed the starting line, and currently a big shout out to Aravaipa's own Noel.
Aravaipa's very own Noel Kingston, bib 113. Huge smile on his face, looking great.
Yeah, he did look like he was having a really good time.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute the feed real quick because we've got music coming in. So, but that is Noel Kingston out there. Yeah, so Noel that's got to feel good though to be running through this Prescott area. Again, not far from his home. We've got our aid station volunteers out there.
But tempting at the same time. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah. 100%.
And there we see Noel getting looks like a bladder refill there. Yep, a bladder refill there, stocking back up on some water. And just relaxing. Looks to be in really good spirits there, though. And again, it's really awesome just to see all the runners as they come into this this event at various times. Let's see here. I'm taking a look at the chat. I did see, Seatown fan, I did see one of your guys' races where one female racer was running with a baby Yoda. I believe that was either Black Canyon or Crown King. It was definitely one of our more recent races here in Arizona. I don't remember off the top of my head which one If Chris Worden is still in the chat, he may know who that was. Black Canyon is what I'm hearing in the chat, and it was Lisa Roberts. Thank you so much. The chat is really the real MVP of this event. If it weren't for you all, and John Moroshik, sorry, I forgot that you're always in the chat there, John. You're enjoying all of this coverage, but she is a Tucson resident, so does plenty of the Aravaipa running events here in the valley and the surrounding areas. So that's a good question. I'm just taking a look at the chat here. Yeah, Peter Mack, it's amazing there are enough people willing to do a race like this to support organizing an event for it. Yeah, I think that one thing that is something that we should understand about trail and ultra running is there are a lot of really crazy and sadistic people out there. I mean that with obviously all the love in the world, that there are a lot of people who truly want to challenge themselves, and it looks like we are going to try and unmute here. Hey, how are you doing there, George?
We're here.
Got your feed live.
Can you hear me?
We had to turn your volume off for a little bit just because of the music, but we have you back on live with audio here. Can you hear us, George?
Yes.
Awesome. What runners do we have that just most recently came in? Who do we have right here in front of us?
120 was back there. What's your number?
151?
151.
Yeah, so that's Ryan Ingham, an Arizonan here in the Whiskey Row aid station. And then I saw that we had Noel Kingston come in over there in the white hat with, I believe, the orange top. So, George, are you able to go over to Noel real quick, just behind this group in the orange shirt there?
How are ya?
Doing well.
Good, good.
Noel, can you ask Noel how he is feeling at this point to be just a few miles from his house?
That is awesome. You guys are out here.
How you doing?
Good, actually.
Just a moment.
Thank you so much. As you can see, Noel is a really popular person here at this Aravaipa aid station, and rightfully so.
Okay, Noel, they want to know how you feel being so close to your home.
It's awesome. It's to have all my friends here and to be in my hometown. I love it. It's amazing. Yeah.
And you're feeling good, ready to go for
Ready for a successful
170 more miles.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, tell Noel that we are excited to follow along and that we're all pulling for him here.
Rob says they're all pulling for you.
Thank you, Aravaipa family. Love you.
And there you have it, Noel. What do we see here?
Wait a minute.
And then he's got the Hoppy Lager Wegus Ballast Point. Love to see it. It's only fitting to have that Hoppy Lager on Whiskey Row there.
So how does that mix with the Orgain?
Just fine. Just fine.
Perfect taste.
Yeah. I was taking care of like all my drop bag stuff, and there was a lady that was sitting there, and she was waiting for her runner, and I was like, "Do you mind if I give you some money and you go get me a beer at the bar?" And she was like, "Sure."
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, good luck.
James, thank you.
How's your race going? And you're ready for 170 more? All
And
right.
We've got Ryan here, bib 151.
You're from here? The area, Arizona?
Awesome, and we are taking a live look here at the runners coming in. And let me just take a look here at
You ready to
the
pace? All right.
questions rolling in.
And she's going to run?
No, I'm pacing later. Yeah, we'll be sharing this bib with Mr. Coffee.
Yeah,
Who are you waiting for?
Page in the chat. Thanks for tuning in live, Jubes. We love seeing you in the chat there. A lot of love from the Aravaipa family right now for Noel. He looks like he is in extremely good spirits after what was, a tough 81-mile stretch here to kick off this 250-mile event. And now, here we go. The shots are flowing at the Whiskey Row aid station, it appears. It's very fitting, and we love to see that. That was a pacer getting a shot, so I definitely can't blame the pacer for wanting to just enjoy and partake in the festivities. That's what we're all about here.
Okay. You're going to need to eat something. Do salty snacks.
Do we have some more runners?
Race number?
120. 120.
And how you doing? 170 more.
120 is Miss Laura Kaplan.
You'll make it. Just go slow in the
Laura
heat.
Kaplan here from the great state of Colorado. She looks like she's having a pretty good day right now and
See the
enjoying
socks?
herself in the aid station.
The socks.
Oh, nice. All right.
Amber Myers in the chat here. Did I hear Iron King has no coverage? That would be correct.
You didn't sign the
will
waiver?
Not have any footage between Mingus Mountain. Excuse me, Mingus Mountain and Cotton.
You're not going to have the whiskey?
Oh, I have whiskey and Coke.
Okay.
I have whiskey and Coke.
Well, you need the caffeine.
Yeah, exactly.
We got
Race
a whiskey
number?
and Coke going down there.
We did.
Yeah, I mean, you
we
got
did
a
whiskey
good
ginger
balance
of
of fun and caffeine. Keep you
Mm-hmm.
going.
It's medicinal whiskey.
You got it.
How's your day been?
Long.
Yeah. Yeah. You been out all night?
No, just 5. I was out until midnight, but got some sleep. Since I live here, I get sleep.
That's good.
Well, have a good one.
We got Bradley Fox there, and it looks like our feed may have dropped out briefly here. So we are just going to bring you straight into the studio feed. Yep, and awesome. Let's go ahead and take a look. How do people run and drink? It was always one or the other for me. Respected, put me down. Yeah, I think that I think you get to a certain point during the race where there's nothing that sounds better than a cold beverage of your choice. So, I think that it just depends on the person. But I think that I think after running for this long and enduring for this amount of time, I think that some of these runners just want nothing than either a warm shot of whiskey to tickle their tummies or a nice cold adult beverage from either a flowing tap or, as we saw Jamil at Crown King, maybe you just want a nice can of Coors Light with some Little Blue Mountains. It just depends on the person, but sometimes that can be refreshing. Philip Wiki says he's having a high-pitched ring coming through the feed. Is anyone else having that issue? I will continue to talk to see if there's any issue. If so, we will make sure that we get that fixed for you, Philip. Thank you for calling that out. I bet you legend Jeff Garmeyer would love a beer about now. I bet Jeff Garmeyer would love a beer right about now as well. And that actually brings up a good point. Let's go ahead and take a look at our live tracker. And again, bear with me as I am trying to remember what buttons to press without breaking this live stream. So Seems like some people are having an audio issue and some people aren't. Anthony Furness thought it was his dishwasher. No, Anthony, it was apparently just me. So I apologize for thinking your dishwasher had something wrong with it. But
We're good?
It's gone now, according to the great John Marushik, again, from the great state of Minnesota originally. So
I didn't know John is from Minnesota.
Midwesterner. He has the most Minnesotan accent still out of anyone I have met since living out of the Midwest. And we're going to go ahead and mute that. Awesome. So back to it here. I'm going to pull up the live tracker. Let's take a look at we are dealing with a little audio difficulty. Is anyone still hearing a ring now? And can we pull the chat back up over here? Give us a few minutes here to solve this technical difficulty here.
So are we looking for, did I hear we're looking for Jeff Garmeyer? Let's restart the feed. We've got no idea. Oh my God, who's this?
And so it started with outrigger canoe paddling, and I was on the first Hawaiian
They can hear us out there, so
and
we know
then
you can hear us.
shortly, which took me 6 years to get to, and then 1 year she was stroking the first Hawaiian steamboat, and then we were doing island to island stuff. She was getting calls from the Hawaiian Outrigger Canoe Voyaging Society to go do like the 1,000-mile paddle. So it's good. I've created a monster.
Yes. But it's a monster you can cope with.
It is. It's a monster I get to sleep with.
Yeah.
It's great. No, it would be so weird if one of us wasn't interested,
Yep.
But it's wonderful. What's your name, man?
George.
George.
Nice to meet you. All right. I've been there. I'm going to go there next January.
Really?
Yep, Kona.
Oh, dude, I love Kona.
Yeah.
I lived in Hilo for a while, and then
Saying in the chat that the audio
I was
is
in
fine.
college and had a really stressful career that I was going on after.
Yeah, so if you can hear us, we are just troubleshooting this back
feel like
there.
life is too
And thank
much?
you for
Go to
being patient
Hawaii,
with us. There is,
drive up to
of
Anini
course,
Beach
a
and sleep
lot
on the
of
beach for a
tech
couple of nights and totally change
that goes
your perspective
into
on everything.
this.
Yep. That's what I liked about the Big Island was there's such a variety.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of space for everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, even if it's totally full of
Yep.
tourists, you can
Honolulu,
Todd Fernandez.
Honolulu
has
to
to
me
go to a
was like
final
LA
exam.
in the middle of
Good
the
luck
ocean.
on your final exam there, Todd.
exactly right. But it's fun to go and learn how to surf there.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can just 40, 50 people on a wave and it's not a big deal. You know, like Kauai, where we call Kauai home and have for a long time. So competitive. Like the wave thing is it's a little nice. They're very serious about it. So that's the one thing I love about Waikiki is it's fair game. You know?
Oh, it's still the tourists.
Yeah. Well, you jump up and you gotta know what you're dealing with. You gotta know you're dealing with homeless people who have no freaking clue what they're doing. And
Yep.
boards flying all over the place. But yeah, it's good.
All right.
Man, I love Kona. I'm having flashbacks right now. My dad was actually just there.
Yeah.
Yeah, had a good time. A little weird with the virus, you know. People are
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Jay, we know that the mixer is a bit low on the studio mics right now. We're having an issue where when we turn the mix up, we end up with that ring. So
Yeah.
trust me, we know that we're having a bit of a technical issue right now, and we're working to resolve it. And
What's that?
thankfully, our wonderful
Oh, yeah.
technical director for our live stream is on top of the situation.
All right. Have a good one.
I just gotta grab my spot tracker.
Something like that.
Let's have a toast.
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna, my band's out here, I'm just gonna take a nap right now. That's fine, you can hold on to that. Okay, it's on the street, thank you. Wow. You guys, good job. No. All good. All good.
I think whoever had them out away.
If somebody left a $20 bill sitting on the floor, would it be like, but the avocados were like, before you go home, can I get in this one?
I said pretty much all my clocks everything to Pacific Minutes. For what? Makes sense. No, I set my